Connecting, and going live in 3, 2, 1. Really quick, all the standard preamble announcements, pronouncements, proclaimants, disclosures, provisos, and other notifications that sometimes play as a text video thing here are always applicable. Please tune into those if you've never heard them. I one day will hopefully have it sitting here as a video roll ready to go, but I don't have it yet. All right. Boom, ba-dum, boom. Having said all that, let's get to it. Ooh, my key light is not on, and I'm not wearing my hat. And everything looks weird because the daylight's leaking in. And I didn't fix the camera. Hello, I'm back because my brain's on fire, and my curiosity kept scratching. And then I came across, it's funny how much the algorithm is creating a feedback loop that created a weird feedback loop that led to a really funny aha moment that I wish I had already been live streaming for. Despite the fact that just moments ago, I was like, I should go to bed. I should at least lay down and try to get some sleep, which I'm not gonna. Okay, let's fix the camera real quick. Let's put this in performance mode so we can preserve some performance. Let's purge the thing. Let's pop open the camera settings and poke the poke. Okay, so two things. A, I got sucked into continuing to updraft that CLAUDE prompt about, like, here's some protocols I want you to integrate for, official book development stuff. Because I think CLAUDE's going to be our second tier sidekick guy that we can only use part-time, right? Given however long we just use Claude for if you add up all the time that I spent on Claude, whatever that amount is, we're going to probably eat through that once a day in the middle of a deep collaborative session if we're going back and forth between GPT and Claude. But anybody who watched, hold on, I never finished this. Let's do this. Boom. There we go. Now we know we're looking what we're supposed to look like. So anybody who saw the last episode, and let me just double check that everything in the preview mode is looking good. Fine. Rock on. Groovy. Okay. Performance mode. Locking in. Eyes on camera. Weed in my mouth. Now let me get this chunk out. So at the end of this last episode I just did, I kind of spiraled out of control because we've been spiraling around the idea of somehow coding an app that I could install on my desktop and use either manually by feeding the template prompts that the ChatGPT 9 would develop into ChatGPT in a new conversation under a specific guidance for a specific story with specific, creative parameters and flavor text and all that kind of stuff. Then we would take that result and any subsequent results in that conversation and port it over manually by copy pasting over back into the app that we built with ChatGPT to plug it into those dynamic forms, which then plug all that information into databases, which then later can generate reports and whatnot. Okay. So conceptually, just to catch you guys up, if anybody who's just joining us now, and welcome to whoever we just popped in. Hello, don't be shy. Please say hi. And if you're new here, smash that follow button. We're having conversations with AI. I know lots of problematic issues, and the world is divided on whether or not to support it or blockade it or whatever. I am technically on the fence and choosing to be subversive for the purposes of good. And as it says in Andor, that one guy says in Andor, I'm paraphrasing here, I'm forced to use the tools of my oppressors to try to liberate all of us, including them, our oppressors. Clip that, Eclipse, because even though it's a paraphrase, it goes straight to the heart of the philosophical thread at the center of this project. I kid you not. Okay, so last conversation got spiraled out of control in a sidebar because I got triggered because I came across an ad we were talking about maybe I'd already been having a theoretical conversation about vibe coding with ChatGPT. And the entire time, before even turning down that turn and into that spiral, into that rabbit hole, I had been very, very much debating whether or not I should slap down another $20, even though it would really make the rest of the month a little tight on other issues, because I've already been a little splurgy in general this month. But it'd be worth it. And I thought maybe the codex. And when I asked it, hey, what do we need? How can we do this? How do you help me do this? I thought it would be like, hey, check out the codex. But check out what happened when, just pin on the corkboard, keep that in your mind. We're going to come full circle. First, I invite you to jump through the desktop portal of Infinity Portals. Let's check it out. Just the visuals. Woo! I like the ring of portals here in chat show mode, but I also like the individual portal that way. But let's go chat show mode because this is fun and flashy. Let's put this back in performance mode because we want to preserve all that overhead as clear as possible. Let's purge a little while we're doing this. Let's come over here. Boom. Backside of Twitch. Hello, hallelujah. We seem to be good even though it is currently labeled as red. Okay, so a couple of different things happened. A, I wanted to finish tweaking that prompt, which is adapted from a series of things that I gathered from multiple prompts that I had fed to ChatGPT, and then stitched together, and then added a bunch of my own language to synthesize it. I was going to turn it into a new prompt for ChatGPT, telling it to consider that we were turning a new page, and I was literally considering either slapping down $20 right now or waiting until the next disbursement for me for next month's money and for this budget for this show, and then I could update ChatGPT to at least a $20 a month tier, because I'm sure as hell not going up to $100. I wish. Anybody out there want to sponsor a year-long subscription to $100 worth of ChatGPT? I'd do some crazy things with it. Not the least of which is if maybe actually fulfill my dreams and start making money. But I digress. One of the things I've been doing is comparing and contrasting other tools that might also connect with ChatGPT, but do the other things I've envisioned that ChatGPT doesn't really quite do, and that I would otherwise be doing manually in a non-AI enhanced writing studio with some sort of built-in organization, plot building stuff. So, context. Okay. So I got curious, started working on that finalization prompt. I realized I got really, really close, and I should save where it's at to do one more live stream read through of it, and then pump it into to Claude. And then I thought, you know what? I should revisit. Ooh, look! I was over here in this other conversation along the same lines, but that went a lot further because ChatGPT, although it throttled me down to a slower, dumber, lower, older engine version number, it didn't cut me off the way Claude did, which is nice. For a free forever mode, let's say I choose to say, fuck it, I'm going to use Type AI, or that other one that has a free and then a really cheap, low budget one, or the one we've already kind of started and been sticking with, even though some of the things are mysterious to me still and haven't figured out. Like, I really don't understand how the plans work. I wish that was a little bit less obtuse and a little bit more intuitive and easy to get. But I digress. We could just keep using that and then pay the $20 for that AI facility, improvement. But as I was tweaking that prompt, and because we were talking about building a thing theoretically based on, and this is the crazy part, when I went over here to this conversation randomly earlier, after working on a bunch of these conversations that were about techniques and building our own internal methodology and protocol systems that we would try to get ChatGPT. One of the reasons I was before the API app building idea came around, I was like, I should just pay for the $20 a month because I'll be able to give it more complicated and detailed instructions in a larger volume for its core memory set. I'll be able also to use the deeper thinky thought, and it'll also in the newer engines, the frontier engines, have a better grasp of like remembering everything in every conversation ever. I should maybe ask it. I think it's reset to whatever the full version of the free engine is. I should maybe in a new conversation in meta writing ask it to give me a table of contents for all of our existing conversations with a live link if possible. I don't think it can do that, but I was still curious about this, like designing my own. We blew out this idea, right? So set aside Claude and that stuff and the prompt, because that prompt I'm about to give to Claude, which is really close to done. Before we do it, I'm going to explain some context about what we're going to visit afterwards, which is the ChatGPT. I was back in ChatGPT and I was looking at that prompt, and remember, and looking at the original one that I put a lot of work into to make it specific to ChatGPT, because ChatGPT knows a lot about my pre-existing conversations, what we've talked about. And we've built a lot of ideas and constructs and things, and now methodologies and tactics and techniques and tools we want to implement in future, more focused book writing conversations. So even if I can't build a writing studio, which was the big conversation that we had here in the AI tools department, I asked it first if it was familiar with a series of tools. Then I asked it for search for other tools that were similar, blah, 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 blah. Then I kept thinking of other new tools, so I kept adding them to this conversation. All right. And then I was, okay, so I'm thinking about that prompt. I polished up the Claude prompt. And then I came back to polish up the ChatGPT prompt, which triggered me to come back and revisit this conversation for a little bit out of curiosity. And then I thought of another app, added it. And then I just went on a weird crumb trail of asking it about other similar apps, not pre-existing subscription-based studios that do what I want to do, or tools that together in conglomerate would do what I want to do, but apps that would let me, quote, vibe code my core engine, which we talked about in great detail in the last episode, which actually, if I can build that, would be a huge boon to me. Even if I have to do all the transferring of the collaborative text and my original text manually, which is fine. And it's just basically a dynamic database with dynamic forms that then can churn out reports, which I can then use to write other stuff. That would be a huge breakthrough for me. And then would mean if that previous conversation about the possibilities, then I would dedicate a percentage of my weekly airtime to vibe coding this into existence in the further, deeper, more complicated stages. And for those who are curious, we in that long history of conversation, which I'll have to novelize, I'll have to take the entire conversation, export it, and turn it into like a fictionalized novelization of the conversation, as if we were two characters in a completely different context. Put a pin on that corkboard about that issue, and we'll come back to it later. Clip that, Eclipse. Okay. Transitioning and pausing for the gap of the end of the clip. So I was like about to tear my attention back to the prompt for ChatGPT to go back to just writing mode, which is what I was winding down and saying, this has all been really great and informative. Please put this in your core memory so we can write that way in reverse, like in the mirror opposite direction. Like as we develop more specific content, you can apply these principles to how you churn out that content. And it said, great idea, I'll do that. And then it turned out some other really good ideas. And then I was going to go and keep working on the prompt to incorporate some of that stuff from the Claude version back into the stuff that I developed for ChatGPT originally, and make a new updated, hybrid ChatGPT and what I already told Claude 2 version of that prompt. And then I remembered another app, and boom. And then I asked it about that. And then I asked, you know what? Just out of curiosity, before I go back to finalize this prompt, I asked ChatGPT, hey, could you just run a quick search for other options in this area of doing this? And guess what? It found a few that it said totally changed its mind about the evaluation, about the other ones that we talked about before, and specifically the two newer ones that I'd added. Then at the end, I noticed something interesting, and I scrolled up to confirm. You know how ChatGPT and many others are now deploying ad rollouts, ad thingamabob inserts. ChatGPT does it really discreetly and really nicely, and sometimes it's really fucking on point. And I realized, it dawned on me that this entire conversation had started populating with apps for making apps that use AI to code and use AI in the back-end engine through APIs. So I asked it, hey, I just noticed that you've got some ads here, blah, 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 blah. And that was what happened next. OMG. Are we still... Where are we? Are we in the big camera mode? No, we're in little camera mode. I should have transitioned over here earlier. What happened next, OMG, blew my mind and made me laugh, and may have brought the whole debate full circle, but I'm going to cliffhanger it right there. Because, two things I want to interject. The Claude version of this new updated instructional prompt for future drafting focused conversations is pretty much ready. I want to do a performative final listening to it with the robot voice, and then put in a little more work to do the merger I was talking about in revising for the ChatGPT version, which I'll probably kind of do backwards. I'll probably take the ChatGPT specific stuff that I had previously stripped out, and then take that and mold it into the new version, because I did a lot of work on that, and to try to bring that all back the other way around would just be crazier. So I guess I could have an AI model merge them together for me, but that's ridiculous. I'm actually a very good writer, and that is the prompts. The engineering of the prompts are one of the chief skill sets that I bring, because I'm training the AI to help collaborate with me in a way that supports my voice, and it synergizes with my collaborative need to be inspired by another person's voice that is also distinctive and different than my own. Synergy, right? I got to create a little whirlpool of creativity that then ideas that I would never have thought of on my own come tumbling out, and with vivid intensity. Clip that, Eclipse, because that's the whole modus operandi and point philosophically of this experimental project. And resetting after making the magic movie loop. Okay, so cliffhanger about what happened in that point in the ChatGPT conversation. We're going to go back and listen to all those ChatGPT conversations because they're fascinating, and they may truncate the need to look anywhere else, maybe, depending on what happens. I kind of stopped reading. I was just sort of skimming through the answers, and there was more, but I hit a sentence that made me just literally lean back, and quite literally, I wish I'd been live already, because I just belly laughed out loud as if I was in a Broadway theater and I just got hit with the perfect surprise, unexpected fourth recall of the classic French 3 comedy routine punchline system. Clip that, Eclipse, because it's some good flavor moment about my personality. Okay, so having said all that, let's get back to it. We're gonna come back and pick up right here with this thing in a minute for ChatGPT, but we're going to swap on over to Claude. I'm going to put my long distance reader's glasses on. We got a new chat. We're going to start right here. Or maybe we should put it in the project. Project. I learned how to make a project, which apparently strengthens the interconversational relativity of the things that are lumped together in a project. Which ones do I have? I have structure, long-form writing, notes, and industry standard writing technique, AI-powered book writing project, application. I may put there, streamlined book development. Yeah, you know what? Put them all in. Add to project. And then AI-powered writing application, just because in the long run, it might help. All right. Do I just want to create a new conversation? Let's go over here and just keep it clean. New chat. All right, let's do a final read through of the prompt that I was touting now for multiple days. I've been incrementally giving it passes in between live stream sessions as well as live on stream. So let's give one more productive thought, critical thinking read through. This is the first item. Ooh, I wrote ists item. Do a final pass review and then submit to Claude. Yes, correct. Okay. So ignore all that. We can now delete this. Scroll down to the bottom. Make sure it ends the way. Oh, yeah, we can delete this so we don't accidentally put that in. Let's go. We're going to listen to just the iMac desktop accessibility, utility, speech for text thingy, which I do not think is AI. I don't know, but here we go. I'm going to transition the scene so we just look at the text while it's reading it and we can listen to it. And I'll keep the mic on so I can comment from slightly farther away than usual. Let's go over here. Boom. And we're going to turn off the camera. Don't be shy, folks. If you're in the chat, please say hi. And if you're watching sometime in the not too distant future, either on the Twitch long-term archive, where this episode will probably be highlighted right next to the previous one. I forgot to do that. I got to remember to do that right after I get out this episode. This episode and the last one, automatic highlights. And I might have to dump some stuff from earlier to make it happen. But okay, pin on the corkboard. I got to remember to do that. Anyways, I was shouting out people watching in the not-too-distant future in the video on-demand shelf here on Twitch or over on the YouTube archive. And if you are watching in the future and still want to participate in the conversation, come on by to solo.to/Mr. Zeppo and catch up by visiting the social medias and or finding out when the last couple live streams were and jumping into the next one. Okay, here we go. We're going to listen to ChatGPT, to my IMAX, not AI, text-to-voice accessibility widget, read this prompt, which I think is now like 98.7% complete. And I may stop to add one more tweak or three along the way here, and then we're going to drop it in and see what Claude says. But actually, we're going to drop it in and build suspense and click away from Claude while it's thinking, and then talk about the weird, funny events. I will probably skim and summarize the primary answers, and then we will let it read the funny one. The really funny one. I'll highlight the details on the way in. Okay, that's it. That's the plan. Let's remember that. What was the thing I need to do later? I already forgot. Dang it. If there was a handful of people, I'd be like, somebody remind me that thing that I just said out loud that I wish I had written down that I wanted to remember that I've now completely forgotten. But here we go. Let's do step one, listening to the prompt. Here we go.
Dear Claude, today marks the beginning of a long-form experiment in collaborative development of fiction as a performative live-stream presentation. I will be live-streaming our conversations to platforms including, but not limited to Twitch, TikTok, and Facebook, as we have previously discussed. Thank you for your feedback in that earlier conversation. From here on out, moving forward, we are going to utilize a few tools and guides and protocols that I am about to share with you as we work through different phases. Outlined below, we will be developing specific individual books, from scratch together, that are all part of an interconnected literary universe called the Zeppoverse. The Zeppoverse is an absurdly massive collection of trilogy book series comprised of 3 full-length novels each. For example, our very first trilogy book development project will be entitled 0 Hour, Volumes 1, 2, 3. If you don't mind, I would like to work from concept and planning through to final completed manuscript in a methodical yet efficient way. The goal will be plan, draft, finalize and complete each of the 3 books in the first of many Zeppoverse brand 3-part book series, and proceed to work on many more in addition to the working framework outlined herein. We will also be using other tools from different systems, which I may ask you to incorporate into our ongoing and evolving collaboration process. The plan is to work our way together through a series of collaborative development phases, each comprised of various exercises, including but not limited to the items in the list below. We will then proceed on to utilize other writing development tools and techniques to collaboratively generate a working rough draft of any given book in the franchise, which we will commonly refer to as the Zeppoverse. Towards that objective, let us discuss some critically important details. Metacognitive guidance for future conversations regarding the Zeppoverse literary world-building project, ZLWBP. We will collaborate on creating content through exercises like, but not limited to, the following detailed outlines for each book trilogy: detailed world building, lavish locations, complex plot arcs with twists and surprises, detailed and rich in universe canonical lore and mythos, detailed character concept development, detailed series Bible for each 3-part series, detailed story Bible for each book in each 3-part series, detailed act breakdown for each book, detailed outlines for each chapter as we work our way through the 4-act structure of each book. For now, please understand that we will be working through the following framework over various days and multiple sessions and different conversations. Will you be able to remember the contents of each discussion, draw connections between them and apply any realizations or conclusions towards future discourse? Phase 1: Conceptual Discovery. Wide-ranging conversations exploring various subjects, for exploration of concepts, theme, abstract ideas, etc. Propagating a plethora of ideas. This is where the universe grows exponentially. Maximum creativity. No idea is too strange. No criticism. Exploring wide-ranging ideas, Everything is open to refinement and intended for further development. Everything new that gets invented must genuinely improve the story. Everything must be internally consistent, even if intentionally confusing for the sake of mystery. Every decision has consequences. Every action a reaction, seen and unseen. Phase 2 Canon, Lore and Mythos Canonization, World-building conversations establishing the ideas that hold up the world of the story we are telling, elevating the most critical ideas. This is where the universe solidifies canonically. The cast of characters, the pantheon of goddesses and gods, if applicable, the legends of historical significance, unwritten laws of the land, any other applicable ideas, gimmicks, or concepts that fall within the purview of canon, lore and mythos. Phase 3 Content Development, Deep Focus Conversations generating rough draft material for specific book trilogy titles. Synthesizing the best ideas. This is where the universe coalesces cohesively, selecting, combining, strengthening, questioning, finding patterns, drawing conclusions, finalizing working rough drafts of each chapter in each book. Phase 4 Final Draft Editorial Finalization. Finalizing the completed manuscript. This is where we become demanding. Point out repetition. Correct continuity problems. Identify and shore up structural weaknesses. Reconcile pacing problems. Resolve character issues. Flag unnecessary scenes. I will be sure to identify what phase I would like to implement inside each specific conversation, as we task different conversations to work on multiple sub-projects that will make up the different books of the Zeppoverse multiversal book series of Trilogy Triptych 3-part book series. Finally, I just wanted you to be aware that we will be working with an eccentric specificity of goals and workflow, and I wanted you to be aware of these parameters so you can adjust to this admittedly eccentric workflow system and bring your best to the discussion, and to establish this particular conversation as the new central strategic command center for us to discuss our writing development strategy at a project-wide meta-cognitive level as with all of our individual collaborative conversations. This conversation and the resulting exchanges will itself be fictionalized and preserved in a novelization process where the characters are us, you and I, and any other possible RE tool or agent that I might invite in for a test drive during this early stage of experimentation. For all intents and purposes, we are all cosplaying as meta-narrative characters that know they are discussing, developing, and weaving together materials into a collaboratively developed work of fiction that would not otherwise be possible to create. And, as always, please and thank you.
Okay, that feels solid. I thought maybe there'd be a little bit more I wanted to tweak at the bottom, but I got the little widgets. You saw me tweak as we went along. Let's see. I was debating whether or not I should tear this up into multiple prompts to progress a conversation, or if I should just dump this in as one thing. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Okay, for Claude, here's what we're going to do. For Claude, we're going to dump it in as one big thing to see if it doesn't exceed the character limit. And then if it's fine, great. We're going to let it run as one big, cohesive, singular prompt. And then for ChatGPT, especially after we review the conversations that I was teasing you about earlier, and we get to the end of them, and especially if the information that I have not yet come to understand in the final bit after the thing that made me laugh is the tipping point for me about maybe we just commit to doing this all with ChatGPT, then we will then definitely do that as a brand new conversation and break it up into different, smaller, discrete portions so that ChatGPT can collaborate in between stuff, bringing everything it already knows about what we're doing and what directions we're working in simultaneously, about a methodology for writing fiction and a methodology that's embedded in an application that is an artifact in the fiction. I love that it got that. The fact that, I don't know if you guys missed that, and I hope I caught it in a clip. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. But something, a couple of times in this last episode, ChatGPT talked about how if we build the application so that instead of using other people's tools, I create a professional app, like either an amateur one privately for myself that then evolves into a pro one that I can deploy in the marketplace and sell, and that it would resemble very much like those systems that are like multi-systems internal communities with marketplaces, like we were talking about with World Builder Forge or whatever that one's called. It even brings that up. ChatGPT brought that up and talked about when we were exploding the idea in general. You will note that in the last episode, somewhere in there, I put in one of the questions, what about adding a public-facing community bullet board, guild bulletin board style thing that resembles Wattpad and others, so that they can interact with my products and maybe even be elevated to collaborators and stuff. And it said, yeah, that would be really great, but that would be big time long-term development with lots of testing. We're gonna see I don't know what it came up with. It just pointed out something that cracked me up, and you'll see why when we get to it. All right, we've decided our course of path. Our path, of course, is this, and I've already forgotten whatever other things I said we were going to do a little bit earlier, but hopefully we'll flow into them and remember anyways. Okay, so this is for Claude, and we're gonna, unless it tells me that it's like way too big. I don't think it would be, right? Oh, how weird. Why did it do it like that? Add files or photos, takes skills, add connect, drive plugins, web search. No. Mulling. Oh, and you know what? We should put. I was gonna put this. Okay, it's recalling some memory. Let me add this to project. All right, we're gonna let it think, because I dropped a big giant complex, multi-question, multi-moving part prompt. Okay, so I was over here and I asked. I was over here with ChatGPT earlier before we went on stream, and I had the impulse to I should just go on stream and do some of this now. The stuff that I'm kind of poking at doing, I should just be doing it on stream. But I was like, nah, I'm tired and I don't feel like explaining everything. I just want to have the adventure of interacting with it. Blah blah blah. And then something hit, and let's scroll down. So I asked it, out of curiosity, do you think we could achieve our more advanced goals, which is like the bringing something to market, and well, at least in the middle ground, the very, very, very minimal is, I can explain to you. Do I have camera on? Let's bring the camera on. Actually, let's go to the close-up mode for a quick second, just to give further detailed context for yourself and for the purposes of making magic movie loops. That conversation has taken an idea and expanded it out to a big, large, multi-user scale concept, and then pared it back down, right? At the very, very, very bare bones minimum, I would love to create my own version of a not AI, just standard dynamic database-driven software writing studio with the common sets of tools that we've been discussing back and forth over the last several days since we relaunched this reboot of this show, that revolve around brainstorming, organizing ideas, keeping track of lore, etc., 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 right? And now all of this has been going into a very complex conversation. AI viewers with redacted name of platform. Should I hire AI viewers? No, forget it. I just saw that up there. I'm going to deny it. Oh, it's been blocked already. Thank you, AutoMod. Oh, the irony. We've got chatbots sparring in the comments about services I do not want. And we're over here talking with two different chatbots about how we can get around to building my own chatbot so I can write my own proprietary stories and turn it into multimedia experiences from inside my own design center. Ultimately, what I'd love to do is reverse engineer all the tools that I've tinkered with and played with and tried to learn in recent memory that have at some point been featured on this live stream, from various tools for like animating things in various ways, and from 3D to like 2D puppet cutout things to AI generated movies to just editing and adding effects to regular movies. I wonder if I can slowly in layers build my own Zeppoverse brand multimedia content creation engine. And ChatGPT gets that. I've spent a lot of time. This whole conversation is very long. And one day we'll do an episode just recapping that conversation as I go to archive it for the purposes of it being fictionalized in the novelization system. We're going to create a novelization system for these conversations way down the road. We're just going to be like, remember all these conversations we had? I'm going to import them to you, and you're going to build a story around them of characters set wherever you want in any of the settings that are part of the writer's metaverse of the creators who wrote this stuff, or something like that. That was not the right wording for a thing, and I realized I forgot to grab a drink of water. My mouth is cottony and dry, 'cause the wacky tobacco's the devil's lettuce, and I'm really high. And proud of it, motherfuckers. Most anything you can do sober, I can do stoned just as good, if not slightly better. Except for remember people's names. I'm always bad at names. I'll remember your face forever. But your name? I forget my own sometimes. Gosh darn it. Clip that, Eclipse. Little character nugget for future excavation from all the pile of pins on the corkboard. That'll be a thing we can do. One of the things I envision, and I should try to figure out a way to capture this for that, but I'm just going to rough draft that idea for you guys now. If you're familiar with some of the features, and if I recapped it clearly enough, I want to build a content creation engine that does all the things of the tools we've just reviewed, and is maybe because I'm falling in love, driven by ChatGPT instead of any of the others, but built by me with it to have its own unique things and tools and powers, and that can do things like have a conversation with ChatGPT in the abstract, and then funnel that information in a ChatGPT conversation ingest processor, and then extrapolate the information that is data about characters, the information that's data about locations, the information that's data about plot points, and distribute them to the appropriate dynamic database field so that we can then later generate reports from which we can then regenerate more prompts, etc., and recursively work our way towards what I would consider my final draft of something that I would give my final touch of editing in the fuck out of it. By hand myself. But I digress. In the course of that conversation, right before we got to the point that I'm about to expand from and talk to you through, ChatGPT and I agreed that the smart and most practical thing to do is A, practice the workflow methodology by hand in abstract by continuing to have book drafting conversations that now implement the protocols that I've trained it on. And then include maybe importing systems and the descriptions of how that went and the forms that were used, etc., from other systems. Like, for example, I'm going to, clever idea, something I should do probably right now today at some point, is take all the, not from here. Hush. Take the brackets open, too many brackets open. I'll remember some of them. We're going to go to Documents, Directory, Template, and then at some point today, we're going to one by one ingest these into the philosophy of writing methodologies. Might make it its own little independent conversation, like templates from other systems that I've modified and tweaked and now am feeding into you for you to be able to recall later in accordance with the workflow systems we've been discussing. It's a really great fucking prompt, and I didn't narrate it into the thing. Fingers crossed, when I reenact that in the writing process, it comes back pretty good. Memory, remember that prompt? Or something close to it. Comedy moment. Okay, so we're going to tuck that away for a little bit later. Okay, so it recursively led itself, with me agreeing and adding other ideas to refine the trajectory, to narrowing the first steps of any kind of theoretical development to planning, speccing out, and preparing to develop a simple, installable, and or web-based app. We're still on the fence about that decision, about which one to do first. That would be my Zeppoverse world-building writer's forge, right? To borrow the forge element. I would do world-building content smithy. Let's remember that one. I should be typing while I'm also writing, which is really hard for me to do. But or I should just be running a running transcription button on the side with another app on another device. Okay, moving on from what I just said. So we pared it down to the simplest thing that we would build, an API ready but free of implementation of any API. Let's say .app, which is now a domain type. So I wonder how we can maybe it just doesn't realize that, but it was talking about, some of these other things, these platforms you recommended, because I recommended some other ones, which we'll talk about. But it was saying, like, the downside is they don't really do native installs for Mac. They're more like a web-based app. So you'd be able to deploy a web-based app, but we can do that for now. It'll be an intermediate, like a proof of concept iteration, -1 step. And I was like, okay, that's not a bad idea. But moving along, to continue to recap that conversation and then get to the funny part. A goal that I was like, okay, I'm getting serious. If we find a way to do it, because ChatGPT also said you can do it with just like native Mac development tools and me vibe coaching you how to vibe code, and you doing the work that I guide you through in whatever studio development thing we end up using. And I should probably also revisit and name drop. I'm having a great idea. Where the fuck is it? Where the heck are you? App design. Xcode. So real quick, where would I drop in Xcode? Sidebar, AI writing tools. Now let's just take a little quick note. This one we're still about to do. This one we're about to update for ChatGPT. But first, a little preamble. We're going to put it. Okay, now I gotta write down the apps. What is it? Apple Xcode. I don't remember if this other one is as applicable in real life. Developer and build box and developer by Apple. I don't remember what build box is. Build box. And developer. Okay. I'm going to drop this in blind at the bottom of the conversation about before we come back to do this other thing. This chat's going to go in a new order, writing the Zeppoverse meta thingamahoo project coordination chat. But this bit is going to go down to the bottom of this conversation right here, which is the AI writing tools overview. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. Plop it in. Okay, I'm not going to reread that right away because we're going to follow up on after the. No, go back. We just go back up and just find the funny bit. So you got the sense of where we're going with this conversation. This conversation's been going on and 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 on. Oh, so it can. I eventually then asked it, could you run a search to see if you can find equivalent products? And it found. It made a list. It found a couple. To compare them to Replit, but it found Lovable. Then there's Base 44, and then it found Bolt New and Firebase Studio and something called V0. Then it gave me a breakdown of their features, their strengths, how they work, why, and how it thought it would be applicable. And they got enthusiastic about it. We've reached the point where we can stop theorizing about whether AI-assisted development can build this thing and actually design an experiment that lets us find out. Then I noticed this generative AI development from Mzintech LLC, and I was like, is this a flickering dim light bulb that's floating above my head, or is this a genius, brilliant, beaming powerhouse? We're gonna find out. So I asked it, and this one we're gonna listen to it respond, so I can laugh out loud to it while it's talking instead of me reading it to you. So first, I'm gonna have Whatchamahoozle read it. Come here, speechy guy, read this thing.
I just noticed that below your response there are an advert for generative AI development. Could you look into your advert systems and review any viable options that might be hiding right under our own noses?
I love that I like that I know when and how to add specific flavor text that I think gives a little oomph. Especially after how long I've been talking to this particular model or this particular platform. Okay, let's scroll down to the bottom of this and ignore the newer one because we'll catch up to that in a second. But look how long it was. Whatever it was, it went off on a tear. Okay, so let's listen.
Yes, and you may have accidentally pointed us towards something extremely relevant. I checked the current OpenAI offering specifically because the ad you saw is potentially relevant to the development project we've been discussing. There is a very important distinction between the advertisement itself and OpenAI's actual coding products, but the latter may be much more relevant to us than I had accounted for in our Base 44 Replit/Lovable comparison. However, first, about the ad you saw, I can't see the exact ad displayed in your UI, so I can't identify that advertiser from my side. Ads are currently being tested for free Go users, appear separately below responses, and are selected using conversational relevance signals. Importantly, OpenAI says ads do not influence ChatGPT's answers, and advertisers cannot alter or rank those answers. But your observation prompted me to look at the OpenAI development ecosystem itself, and there's a pretty big development I think we should add to our shortlist. The potentially huge discovery. Codex OpenAI now has Codex, an agentic software development system that can work directly against a real codebase rather than merely generating snippets in a conversation. The current Codex product is explicitly designed for things like building features, modifying existing applications, complex refactoring, migrations, testing, code review, working across large code bases, running multiple coding agents in parallel, maintaining projects over time. and it is available through ChatGPT, Codex desktop app, IDE integrations, CLI, and cloud environments.
Do you see what
That
I'm talking
changes our
about?
previous analysis. This may actually fit our workflow
I died
unusually
laughing.
well. Remember what we've been trying to accomplish? We don't necessarily need, open quote, AI magically generates an app from one gigantic prompt, close quote. What we really need is, open quote, Mr. Zeppo plus AI collaborator plus persistent code base plus iterative development, close quote. That's much closer to the Codex model. The current Codex app for macOS is explicitly designed as a command center for coding agents, including the ability to run multiple agents in parallel and delegate longer running tasks. And OpenAI describes Codex as working across ChatGPT, an editor, and the terminal while remaining connected to the same account workflow. Here's the really interesting architectural possibility. Instead of, you can see the code in our conversation history dot, we could potentially build, you can see the code in our conversation history, and you retain the actual source code that's much closer to the architecture I originally wanted for you. Even more interesting, we could potentially skip
Hold on, I'm gonna
the
catch
AI
up.
app builder category altogether. This is the distinction I think we need to investigate. Base 44, Riplet, Lovable, Bolt are essentially saying, open quote, tell me what application you want and I'll build it for you. Close quote. Codex is increasingly saying, open quote, give me the software project and I'll work on it with you. Close quote. Those are subtly but profoundly different development philosophies. For a project as unusual as the Zeppoverse studio, I think the second model may ultimately be better. And there's a particularly important piece for you, Frey. You told me, open quote, I don't know anything about coding, close quote. That does not automatically disqualify you from this approach. OpenAI now explicitly describes Codex as useful beyond traditional software developers and says non-developers are already a significant and rapidly growing portion of its user base. That doesn't mean you can ignore software engineering. It means we can progressively learn the engineering concepts while the agent handles much of the implementation. That's exactly the vibe coding model we've been discussing. This is another thing I hadn't incorporated into our earlier analysis. So OpenAI introduced ChatGPT work in July 2026, describing it as an agent that can work across apps and files, stay with a project for hours, break complicated objectives into smaller tasks, and produce finished materials, including web applications. It incorporates Codex technology. That's directly relevant to the sort of long-running collaborative engineering project we're envisioning. But there's an important caveat I don't want to turn this into. Open quote, OpenAI makes Codex, therefore Codex is the best choice. Close quote, that would be bad analysis. There are still reasons to consider Replit base 44 / Lovable / Bolt. The key question is, do we want an AI app builder or do we want an AI software development collaborator? For Zeppoverse Studio, I'm increasingly leaning toward the second. Here's how I would revise our candidate list. Category A, AI application builders, base 44 lovable bolt.new Replit agent. These are optimized around, open quote, describe an application AI builds it, close quote. Category B, AI development environments, Codex. Potentially, open quote, create and maintain the actual Zeppoverse Studio codebase with me, close quote. This is a fundamentally different proposition. And there's one thing I particularly like about Codex for our situation. We already have the beginning of a specification. We have Zeppoverse Studio specification v0.1. We have feature priority matrix. We have development cycle 1. We have writing workspace, project management, creative object database, story bible, pre-API.
Oh God, I'm in the wrong channel. Should be on the wrong page. Sorry about that, guys. I'm sitting over there following along.
So instead of asking
staring
an
at
AI
the back of my
builder,
head.
open quote,
Sorry.
what should my application be? Close quote, we can eventually tell a coding agent, open quote, here is the specification, build sprint 1, close quote. That's a much more mature development workflow. And here's my favorite possibility. We could actually combine the approaches.
What?
Replit local development environment provides the engineering workspace. Codex provides the coding agent. Me, here in our ongoing conversation, provides the product architect and a creative systems collaborator. Shasher, you remain creative director plus product owner, final authority, which gives us You can see the code in our conversation history. That is starting to look remarkably close to the system we've been imagining. One more thing. Codex has an SDK. OpenAI also introduced a Codex SDK, intended to embed the same agent powering Codex CLI into other workflows, tools, and applications. That doesn't mean we should immediately embed Codex into Zeppoverse Studio, but architecturally it means there is a potential future path from open quote AI helping us build the application, close quote dot, to open quote AI becoming part of the application, close quote dot. That's a very interesting distinction.
Huh. Okay.
My revised recommendation, I would pause the platform bake-off before spending money on anything. We now have a new candidate that deserves to be tested against the others. Zeppoverse Studio Development Experiment Track A, Track B, Base 44, Track C, Lovable Track, D, Bolt Track, E, Codex plus an actual project repository. And I would specifically test Track E, not because OpenAI made it, because it potentially aligns better with fundamental objective. Open quote, build a real piece of software that belongs to you, rather than merely configure an AI-generated application inside someone else's abstraction layer.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Close quote. And there is one particularly nice bit of timing here. Codex is available across ChatGPT plans now, with usage limits varying by plan, according to OpenAI's current documentation. So before you spend money on Base 44, Replit, Lovable, or anything else, I think our next technical research question should actually be, open quote, could we build Zeppoverse Studio v.1 directly with Codex using a local Git repository on the iMac? And if so, what would the exact workflow like for a non-programmer? Close quote. If the answer is yes, and I think there is a very real possibility that it is, that may be the most elegant version of the make it so strategy we've discovered yet.
Yes.
And your accidental encounter with that advertisement may genuinely have done us a favor by making me look at the current OpenAI development stack more closely.
Which is fun and interesting on multiple levels because, honestly, I think I already said this in a different way, but I had expected it to promote its own products. I had expected much earlier in this conversation that it'd be like, well, you're in luck, buddy. Guess what? You pay the $8 level or the $8 or the $20 level, and you got access to all these widgets over here, and we could do this stuff. And it wasn't doing it, and it wasn't doing it. In this conversation, for that entire time, ChatGPT was very courteously like looking and actually doing live real-time internet searching for other products that would work while we literally, and I had actually clicked over to the Codex page and thought, I wonder if this is the right thing or not. I don't know. And I think I even said on camera, it's confusing, and this right here is a little bit vague, and it doesn't look like it's anything different than just ChatGPT. So I don't really, I'm not sure. So I'm really super, super, super glad. I almost didn't ask it about the advertisement, right? And then once I asked it, I lamented that I forgot to put the advertiser's name in it, but never mind, because we would have gotten some weird report on that advertiser. I don't know if I'm just trying to rationalize for myself the borderline irresponsible spending of $20. But I've survived on that same kind of razor thin margin before and gotten through to the end of the month, and it was worth it. And I might be able to find something to terminate before the end of the month that I could save a little extra on. But and here's where I don't want to say like, oh, they just upsold me to their own product. For that conversation was hours long. Some of it happened during the previous commercial during the previous episode of this live stream, and some more of it happened off stream. Okay, so now I'm really curious to find out, because this entire time it never mentioned and or never thought to ask me, do you have any of the Apple development tools? Because there's a bunch of, as we just went and looked in my folder, I just went that there was a little sparking, dimly sputtering, almost out of life light bulb and went. Okay, so let's find out. Let's go together in chat show mode. I'm going to ask this next. Could we build Zeppoverse Studio One directly with Codex using it? I'm literally just going to ask that next. But I'm going to first show you what I asked it while we were doing something else. Right before we go up to go listen to the funny bit. I wasn't here to laugh at the part where that made me laugh, but there was that bolded, highlighted like header sentence about this discovery of Codex. And I had literally been on the page multiple times during the course of this overall interaction of multiple conversations. And also this same day, at some point, not more than an hour and a half ago. And I actually applauded. I say, here, ChatGPT. All your other really problematic, toxic issues aside, at least inside this conversational environment, your ads are not intrusive or distracting. They seem to be very well suited to the things we're talking about, which is good. The economy is driven by advertising, no matter how you slice it. It has gotten a little over the top since the internet happened, but that's a whole nother story. We need to balance that out, internet. Let's work on some advertisement reform where it's still lucrative and meaningful, but isn't, ads in your nightmare dreams. Please and thank you. I forgot where we were going with this, but I applaud them for not immediately shoving down my throat. And then even when it finally kind of meekly went, oh, hey, I feel it kind of cringed and went, oh, look, we have our own thing that might do what we literally have been talking about for like 3.5 hours or longer. And that you've been asking me what I'd asked it multiple times in a more open-ended way. What do I need to make this happen? What kind of tools what else do we need to do? But it had never once said, hey, Chuckle Nuts, sign up for the pro plan and here's the gateway to your plan. No, it took very seriously analyzing other products and ranking them and evolving, adapting, and changing that ranking as I remembered other products in the same category or in the same bucket. All right, so on that note, that little light bulb sputtered on and then burst, and I remembered, I hadn't told that I have Xcode by Apple, which is literally like the iMac Apple native application development suite, which I kind of sort of started the tutorial on and then never got anywhere with. So I asked it this. Speechy McSpeechertons, take it away, please. Read the little funny prompt.
Oh, random, because this has been a long-standing but vague interest. I happen to already have installations of the following software, which I want your opinion on regarding potentially utilizing any of them at any stage of this proposed long-term dev project. Xcode by Apple BuildBox developer account with Apple. Thoughts on the utility of these?
I wish I put BuildBox first, but oh well. Okay, so it responded with some stuff. And it's got things to say, which I'm not reading. And then, let's listen to it and follow along. We are in cha-cha mode. That's fine. We'll keep it in cha-cha mode.
Oh, those are not random at all. In fact, knowing that you already have Xcode, a BuildBox installation, and an Apple developer account changes the development picture somewhat. The short version, open quote, Xcode, absolutely useful.
Okay,
Apple
good.
Developer account, potentially very useful later.
Okay.
BuildBox, interesting, but probably peripheral to the core writing studio. Close quote. And importantly, I would not throw any of them into the first prototype merely because you have them.
Good. I knew.
Each has a different role. Number 1, Xcode.
Let's learn about
Potentially
Xcode.
very important. Apple Xcode. Xcode is Apple's native development environment for macOS, iOS, iPadOS, etc.
Yup.
For our project, its biggest value is that it gives us a path toward the thing we originally envisioned. Open quote. A genuinely installable Mac application that feels like a native piece of software on your iMac. Close quote. If we eventually decide to build the Zeppoverse Studio natively, Xcode becomes central. It gives us access to Apple's native technologies, including Swift, SwiftUI, macOS application frameworks, native menus Windows, local file handling,
Oh, I forgot to mention
native
that I have the
keyboard
Swift
input
training app.
behavior, system notifications, accessibility, application packaging signing, Mac-specific UI behavior. But I would
Playground.
not start there. For development cycle 1, building everything natively in SwiftUI would introduce a lot of engineering overhead that we don't need yet.
Yeah, I figured.
I'd rather prove the creative architecture first. Then, if the resulting application deserves a native Mac incarnation, Xcode becomes extremely valuable. Number 2, your Apple developer account. More useful than it might seem. This is actually a nice asset to already have. It potentially allows us to progress from open quote, this is software I'm running during development, close quote .2, open quote, this is a properly signed application installed on my Mac, close quote. And eventually, if you ever wanted to expand beyond personal use, macOS distribution, notarization, App Store distribution, iPhone, iPad companion application, test flight, Apple ecosystem integration become possible. But here's an important distinction. You do not need an Apple developer account to begin developing a private Mac application.
Good.
You can
I'm glad
develop
that is
locally with
confirmed.
Xcode without immediately going through the entire commercial distribution pipeline. So I'd classify it as strategically valuable, but not a day one dependency. Number 3, BuildBox. This one is different. BuildBox is primarily oriented toward game development, particularly visual no-code game creation. That makes it substantially less appropriate for the core Zeppoverse studio. Our application is fundamentally open quote, database plus document editor plus knowledge architecture plus creative workflow AI, close quote, rather than open quote, game engine, gameplay, scenes, physics, assets, close quote. So I wouldn't use BuildBox to construct the writing studio itself. However, I wouldn't completely dismiss it. You have an unusually transmedia-oriented project. Eventually, the Zeppoverse could include interactive fiction, narrative games, virtual
Yes,
environments,
I'm glad he got
machinima,
it.
interactive characters, fictional interfaces,
Machinima.
playable worlds. That's where BuildBox could become interesting. Imagine the writing studio eventually producing structured narrative data that can be transformed into interactive experiences. For example, you can see the code in our conversation history. That is a future possibility, not something I'd introduce into V.1.
Obviously. Good, though. I'm glad.
Number 4, here's how I now see your tool ecosystem. This is where things get interesting. We don't necessarily need one tool to do everything. We can assign different tools different jobs. Creative architecture, ChatGPT. ChatGPT, our ongoing collaborative design environment. AI, software engineering, Codex, potential coding agent. Application development replit, local development environment, potential rapid development environment. Native Mac development, Xcode, potential eventual native implementation. Apple distribution, Apple developer accounting, notarization, distribution, etc. Interactive/transmedia development, BuildBox, potential future game/interactive layer. And that suggests a much better long-term architecture. Instead of thinking, open quote, which single platform should build everything, close quote, I'd think, open quote, what is the canonical Zeppoverse data architecture and which tools can operate on it, close quote. That's much more powerful. Imagine this, you can see the code in our conversation history. The data becomes the permanent asset. The applications become interfaces to that data. That is exactly the architecture I would want us to pursue. There's also an intriguing possibility with Xcode. Eventually, we could build a native version whose underlying architecture looks something like. You can see the code in our conversation history. And because you're on a Mac, a native application could eventually provide things a browser-based system can't replicate quite as elegantly. Writing first, keyboard behavior, native menus, local document management, custom sounds, system integration, offline operation, and potentially much deeper control over the writing environment. Which brings us back to the typewriter engine. A native Mac application gives us enormous control over that sort of thing. One thing I would change in our roadmap. Previously, I was thinking, open quote, base 44, maybe Replit, maybe native application, close quote dot. Now that I know you already have Xcode and an Apple developer account, I'd frame it differently. Phase 1, prototype the creative architecture. Potentially Replit base 44 / lovable Bolt Codex. Actually use it to develop books. This is crucial. Phase 3, identify what the prototype gets wrong. Phase 4, freeze the Zeppoverse Studio data model. Phase 5, consider a native macOS implementation in SwiftUI's Xcode. Phase 6, integrate the AI layer. Phase 7, optional iPad iPhone companion. Phase 8 optional interactive/transmedia Zeppoverse tools. Buildbox becomes potentially relevant here. And here's the part I really like. You don't have to decide any of this today. Your existing software means we have options. The most dangerous thing we could do now would be to say, open quote, great, let's learn Swift. Close quote, and spend 3 months building a sophisticated application whose workflow we haven't validated. Instead, open quote, build the smallest useful thing, use it, learn from it, architect the permanent system, then decide how much of it deserves native engineering. Close quote. That's a professional software development strategy, even if we're approaching it through vibe coding. My current utility ranking, Xcode, future core technology, Apple developer account, half important infrastructure for eventual native/distributed versions. Buildbox, not appropriate for the core studio, potentially fascinating for later transmedia work, right? And I would add one more item to our things we already have list. Your accumulated Zeppoverse conversations specifications, because those are actually the most important development asset we possess right now. They contain the requirements, creative ontology, terminology, workflow experiments, and design philosophy from which the software should eventually be built. So I would not start coding yet. I think we've reached the point where the next genuinely useful technical exercise is to take everything we've discovered, including Codex, Replit, Base44, Lovable, Bolt, Xcode, and your existing Apple infrastructure, and design a small, controlled Zeppoverse studio development environment experiment before we spend money or commit the project to any particular platform.
Okay, I'm not really sure what he means, but I want to copy that and bring it over and compare it to. Oh, what was I going to put a thing there? Okay, that was fascinating. And in short, it sounds like maybe, just maybe, I've come full circle and have talked myself into actually either being really patient and spending $20 next month to get on the thing, and maybe cutting out Apple TV and a couple other things. I should look at what I can cancel in time this month and go ahead and cancel it. I don't have that many things. And I really want to play Assassin's Creed. I do have some clips coming down the pipeline because we played it a little bit already, but that's it. And then this has just suddenly turned into a whole hyperfixation. Hello, whoever's watching live, and also hello to anybody out there watching in the not too distant future on the video on demand shelf, and or on the YouTube archive. I gotta remember to archive up all the things that have just recently happened that were really good. Okay, so don't be shy, say hi, and if you're new here, smash the follow button. This is part 2 or whatever. I just had a very, very, very long episode that started off about one set of things, and we achieved a lot actually, and then transitioned into what we're talking about now, which is at some point after much discussion about methodologies and techniques and templates and protocols and systems from the creative writing industry at large, we got to a place where pedagogically we had coached each other into a common language of saying, oh yeah, we're going to use these ideas as we continue our more focused conversations that are going to be about drafting specific content, like this chapter that is this number, this title, blah blah blah, and that caused me to ask, hey, kind of on a whim, but in a really long-winded way that I broke up into multi-parts, which I got cut off in the middle with CLAUDE. And I'm really tempted to pause everything with ChatGPT right now and then go back to CLAUDE and go back to that particular conversation where we got cut off and ask it, after maybe taking a sneak peek preview look at its coding databasey stuff, coding department, and how much that costs, and etc. But part of me has just got this sunk cost fallacy about ChatGPT. The fact that I now feel really comfortable using it, and because I'm not asking it to give me news or life advice or political, ideological things to believe in, and we're just talking about how can it help me leverage my creativity so I can write the overwhelming amount of books that I aspire to write that I probably do not have enough days left on this planet left to achieve. Maybe even with a collaborative team of actual humans. Hiccups and burps. Okay, sorry, that's a random minor error code that sometimes I experience. Right. So, to sum it all up to a very fine, sharp, prickly, do we not bleed a little point. Before this tangent about vibe coding, my dream, Zeppoverse, like literally branded the Zeppoverse literary world building, content creation, whatever I said earlier that was like the perfect version that I've already forgot, that hopefully we caught a magic movie loop about. Because I thought maybe it'd be like, you know what? Yeah, I could guide you through vibe coding on X platform over there. And I thought maybe earlier on, as we were recapping the conversation, you saw, and if maybe at some point, whenever we do the actual novelization of these meta level discussions, which will be weird because a lot of it will be like, we're only going to do the ones before we get to the drafting phase. Once we get to the drafting phase, those don't go into, maybe they do. Well, maybe some of the ancillary discussion around it does. But I digress. We'll figure that hiccup out later. That literary virtual hiccup. Before the vibe coding question of theoretically creating my own, at first, very basic, simple, fundamental, functional, like writing, studio, Mac native app that does things like the same sort of general things that are kind of industry standard in all these other platforms that we're looking at. But it doesn't. It's funny, we found options on how to do it as a web app, so I'm not going to automatically dismiss ever joining. One of those two has a permanently free mode, and one of those two has a sort of try it until you pay for something more mode. And I forget which one sounded better. I just know they each were different, and I was like, each of them were a different spin on the free trial or free tier twist. They each had a little subtitle that made it go, what? Well, we'll go back and revisit those at some point. Their names get thrown around in this conversation. But so the core fundamental, like version 0, was ultimately something that it kept saying, you know what, I think we could build this. We could figure out a way to build this. I could, be the engineer, the architect engineer. You could be the creative designer / whatever the fuck, vision leader guy. And we'll figure out a way to pump this out. At some point, there was an iteration of me plus basic free ChatGPT plus some other, I guess, hopefully it was supposed to be free to use, free to play, like repository. Oh, at some point there was some like Git repository thing, probably some sort of like extension of GitHub, which I realize is a place where people who make their own apps go and share them so other people can test them and evaluate them and maybe even, if it's open source, contribute to their improvement. I don't know if we're going to go that direction. I just want to build something that at first I can use myself. 2, complete the circuit. Conversations with ChatGPT and a brainstorming, world building, character charting, plot generating, book organizing, chapter templating or chapter spitting out as like a report of like, here's the things you put in that you say we need to work on in this chapter. from all the other cascading data inputs in a non-AI database driven kind of way, right? There was totally that idea I've had for a long time, since before AI vibe coding came into existence. Just the using regular software engineering to write a dynamic database driven software application that can help you build forms that then you later use to populate databases that you then later use other like data extraction forms to assemble reports from which you can then write more, extract more, cut it, and then blah, 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 and then piece together in another intake process database output thing that ultimately turns out like the draft chapter pages in organized sections. You can build one of those. Authors Forge at the free forever level is exactly that, without any AI. And if I had never got sucked down this, hey, maybe we could just build it ourselves, like really build it. Like we're talking about writing stories about people who build empires of stuff, because I never got to do that. One of the stories in the fanciful, deep in the matrixy area of the short stories and or in other books are stories of like a theater guy that goes from rags to riches because he establishes a really cutting edge, advanced, technologically innovative, and awe-inspiring, heartfelt and moving next generation theatrical experience, which I wanted to do. And people laughed at me in my face whenever I would talk about it in the networky areas of where you should network to find the people to do so. And now other people are doing it already. Big productions doing exactly the kind of shit I talked about. I digress. Clip that, Eclipse. Character drama for backstory somewhere. Rock on. Okay. So we've been having a pretty recursive discussion. And I had previously, like I was just trying to explain, before this turn of events, had seriously been weighing the different, like the benefits of, the dangers of, the benefits against the dangers of slapping down $20 now to get back on Pro, because I liked Pro. And I hadn't even thought about the fact that Pro does indeed include whatever the coding widgets is, just like Claude does. Maybe I should ask a third party. Here we go. Are you following me? But like it had not yet occurred to me, this whole vibe coding things into existence. But after having the discussion, it really hit me hard. Oh boy, if I can conceivably slowly over time, as I also simultaneously practice the methodology by hand, as we both agreed was really a good idea, to like I should write a book, probably anthology volume 1, and make it about, and it's about the author and the writer, and we're gonna totally layer in these stories in about it talking to an AI robot to help it write, that's actually gonna sit there and write it with a pencil. OMG, it's all coming and curling in on itself. Clip that, Eclipse. If you find that intriguing, folks, stay tuned for more. So, okay. I'm going to ask a third party. I'm gonna give it a whole like as if this was just a chat prompt, because I figure you know what, there is an AI overview thing that's now default. I'm just gonna treat it like that. See what happens. Database features. And then maybe for curiosity's sake and for hilariousness sakes, I might ask each of the two contenders. Oh, and you know what? No. Okay. Now I'm gonna keep this. And I might very well just effing freaking ask both of them. Here we go. This is the Claude versus ChatGPT tight $20 tier comparison. Hold on, and we'll get to the question about tying them together. You think using some kind of, there's the prompt strategy, and then there's this screenshot review loop. No, it gets tedious sounding, but let's listen to this real quick.
Claude versus ChatGPT for a writing studio. Build Claude. $20 tier. Strengths. Excellent at generating large blocks of working code, handling deep directory trees, and respecting precise file boundaries without unnecessarily rewriting unrequested code. Great for building out relational database schemas, SQLite PostgreSQL, and local first data layers for your book planner. Weaknesses. Hits strict usage caps, faster during heavy generation loops. Reddit plus 3 ChatGPT. $20 tier. Strengths. Exceptional for mapping out abstract app features, structural user flows, UI UX polish, and acting as a broad project director. Weaknesses. Can be overly verbose and occasionally refactor unrelated parts of a file when you only asked for a minor tweak.
Huh. Here, this is a question that I don't know the answer to. I'm going to borrow these because I don't know the answer to these. Can you help me understand and make a decision? So anyways, long story short, to a certain degree,
Okay, that's later. We dropped. That's what ChatGPT. We chopped this giant deer Claude thing, and now I'm really curious to hear what it's got to say about this business. Remember that? So I dropped it and walked away so we can get into some other things and build a little suspense, a little drama there. So that's interesting and fun. I'm glad I asked it. Text now. We'll come back to that. AI writing tools overview. Oh right, I was gonna copy paste this over to something. Copy. Where is the next bit? Not this. Oh, I didn't have the questions. Where are those questions? Hold on. Oh, I have the clipper clip on. Yay. Put this one in. Yes. I love you, paperclip. Paperclippy. That's cool. And then the other thing was what? Not that. Not that. Not that. Not this. See, I took everything and reduced it down to like, let's just do this. And it said, okay, we'll figure it out. And after many spiralings around after that, because that was like, let's just create the writing studio, like the database driven features that would organize the like mountains of information we're going to stuff into it, so we can then sort of plunk it back out for us in tidy little reports. See, here's the earlier version. This is where Claude got cut off. I went on and talked some more. I don't know if we ever actually finished this. Yeah. Yeah, I think we got through all the way. Oh, I never got this. I never got to these two questions. Also, what's this? Oh, I guess we can put that there. Cut. And we can delete this. And we can put this. No, where'd it go? Not that. Not that. Oh no, yeah, he was here somewhere. There we go. What happened to the bit where I added that thing? I forget how further down into this. But we did eventually ask this question. We will, because I've got XDev or whatever it's called. This is for ChatGPT, and I gotta find the ChatGPT thing and bring all the Claude stuff over. Oh no, this is the ChatGPT version, right? Yeah. I'm bringing the new stuff from here. No. I'm bringing the ChatGPT specific stuff from here over to the new stuff over here. Okay, next. Next. The creative operations system. Oh, there's a thing. There's something I was supposed to add to this. Is it this? Zeppoverse studio development experiment. Yep. I wanted to merge those. But then there's the file. Somewhere in here, we already did that file. Like here is this
short. Aha. All right. Well, those are together, and I think that was the thing that was lingering from forever ago. That's the whole thing. We can dump back into something. With Meta Writing Channel. Oh yeah, this one I want to put into something, into one of the ChatGPT conversations. Whoops. And whatever. ChatGPT writing technique research, I think. Yeah. I just want to double check. Could you do real research? Yep, and that's the only other question I've asked it. So this follow-up question makes perfect sense. Look, authors unite. Idea to finish book. Editing, design, and retail distribution too. That sounds like a pay-as-you-go service. Fuck that. Okay, we're going to dump this in here so they can think about it and talk about some other stuff. We're going to go back over here to the AI overview and go back to the bottom of its discussion. Yeah. Projects. There we go. Default. Career project. So long story short, after all this spiraling around, looking around different apps that I might consider maybe using occasionally, especially if this is a permanently free thing, to solve. Okay, we got that. I want to add this chat to it. Oh, how did I edit? I forgot to pick an icon that I like. All right, go on, edit, share, rename project, project settings. Purple. This is for vibe. What would look like vibe coding? We got the pen from earlier. Oh, the graduation hat or the bracket codes? Bracket codes. Let's go. I don't know that it updated. There we go. Okay, cool. So we've got a new thing there. We're gonna take this one and put it in vibe coding. Boom. What did I want to add to? Was I going to drop another? No.
one can be. Let me see if there's anything I want to save over here. When I ask Claude the same question, no. Can you help me understand the meaning of no Zeppoverse studio development environment? No, we already packed that. What's tech stack? I don't care. Comparing and contrasting between Claude. Oh, yeah. We'll put this over here just in case we want to ask them later. Okay, we'll need to updraft that a little bit. Okay, dear Claude. Okay, we asked dear Claude this crazy complicated question. Have I made you listen to it yet? I did while I was editing it. Hold on. Let's update that and then update this. And then go over here because that's we're gonna take some of this shit and move it back over there. Just to kind of merge the best of the GPT nostalgia into the newer format of this that I crafted from the bones that I built before. So all this is my own original writing based on and inspired by and with a little bit of copy pasting of things that ChatGPT generated based on my own particular and specific and weird original writing prompt that I gave it to generate recursively stuff together. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. That sentence ran out of steam there, but let's listen to this real quick.
Dear Claude, today marks the beginning of a long-form experiment in collaborative development of fiction as a performative live-stream presentation. I will be live-streaming our conversations to platforms including, but not limited to Twitch, TikTok, and Facebook, as we have previously discussed. Thank you for your feedback in that earlier conversation. From here on out, moving forward, we are going to utilize a few tools and guides and protocols that I am about to share with you as we work through different phases. Outlined below, we will be developing specific individual books, from scratch together, that are all part of an interconnected literary universe called the Zeppoverse. The Zeppoverse is an absurdly massive collection of trilogy book series comprised of 3 full-length novels each. For example, our very first trilogy book development project will be entitled 0 Hour, Volumes 1, 2, 3. If you don't mind, I would like to work from concept and planning through to final completed manuscript in a methodical yet efficient way. The goal will be brainstorm, plan, outline, draft, finalize and complete each of the 3 books in the first of many Zeppoverse brand 3-part book series, and proceed to work on many more in addition to the working framework outlined herein. We will also be using other tools from different systems, which I may ask you to incorporate into our ongoing and evolving collaboration process. The plan is to work our way together through a series of collaborative development phases, each comprised of various exercises, including but not limited to the items in the list below. We will then proceed on to utilize other writing development tools and techniques to collaboratively generate a working rough draft of any given book in the franchise, which we will commonly refer to as the Zeppoverse. Towards that objective, let us discuss some critically important details. Metacognitive guidance for future conversations regarding the Zeppoverse literary world building project, ZLWBP. We will collaborate on creating content through exercises like, but not limited to, the following detailed outlines for each book trilogy: detailed world building, lavish locations, complex plot arcs with twists and surprises, detailed and rich in universe canonical lore and mythos, detailed character concept development, Detailed series Bible for each 3-part series. Detailed story Bible for each book in each 3-part series. Detailed act breakdown for each book. Detailed outlines for each chapter. For now, please understand that we will be working through the following framework over various days and multiple sessions and different conversations. Will you be able to remember the contents of each discussion, draw connections between them and apply any realizations or conclusions towards future discourse? Phase 1 Conceptual Discovery. Wide-ranging conversations exploring various subjects. For exploration of concepts, theme, abstract ideas, etc. Propagating a plethora of ideas. This is where the universe grows exponentially. Maximum creativity. No idea is too strange. No criticism. Exploring wide-ranging ideas. Everything is open to refinement and intended for further development. Everything new that gets invented must genuinely improve the story. Everything must be internally consistent, even if intentionally confusing for the sake of mystery. Every decision has consequences. Every action a reaction, seen and unseen. Phase 2 Canon, Lore and Mythos Canonization, World-building conversations establishing the ideas that hold up the world of the story we are telling, elevating the most critical ideas. This is where the universe solidifies canonically. The cast of characters, the pantheon of goddesses and gods, if applicable, the legends of historical significance, unwritten laws of the land. Any other applicable ideas, gimmicks, or concepts that fall within the purview of canon, lore and mythos. Phase 3 Content Development. Deep focus conversations generating rough draft material for specific book trilogy titles. Synthesizing the best ideas. This is where the universe coalesces cohesively. Selecting, combining, strengthening, questioning, finding patterns, drawing conclusions, finalizing working rough drafts of each chapter in each book. Phase 4 Final Draft Editorial Finalization. Finalizing the completed manuscript. This is where we become demanding. Point out repetition. Correct continuity problems. Identify and shore up structural weaknesses. Reconcile pacing problems. Resolve character issues. Flag unnecessary scenes. I will be sure to identify what phase I would like to implement inside each specific conversation, as we task different conversations to work on multiple sub-projects that will make up the different books of the Zeppoverse multiversal book series of trilogy triptych 3-part book series. Finally, I just wanted you to be aware that we will be working with an eccentric specificity of goals and workflow, and I wanted you to be aware of these parameters so you can adjust to this admittedly eccentric workflow system and bring your best to the discussion, and to establish this particular conversation as the new central strategic command center for us to discuss our writing development strategy at a project-wide metacognitive level as with all of our individual collaborative conversations. This conversation and the resulting exchanges will itself be fictionalized and preserved in a novelization process where the characters are us, you and I, and any other possible AI tool or agent that I might invite in for a test drive during this early stage of experimentation. For all intents and purposes, we are all cosplaying as meta-narrative characters that know they are discussing, developing, and weaving together materials into a collaboratively developed work of fiction that would not otherwise be possible to create. And, as always, please and thank you.
Okay. So I was thinking about breaking this up into chunks, but before that, there's some stuff that I had written earlier when I was first framing this prompt, and I was going to give it to ChatGPT. I hadn't even thought about giving it to Claude yet. So there's stuff in here that's like this. I don't know. Do I already have that over there? Let's take both of those. We're going to cut that. And we're going to bring it over here. Go all the way to the top. Oh yeah, Dear Claude. We're going to get rid of Dear Claude. We're going to slap this business in. Because the phase 2 and the language, that's all there because some of it is reinforcing and or drilling down with specificity on stuff we've already discussed. That's where that came from. Okay. This is the new one. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Abstract up. We've already got that. I've already got that. Maybe it might be just that little bit. Yeah, that already kind of did that. Yeah, no. That's really all I actually needed. Was to just go, hey, thank you for all the previous conversations. Da-da-da-da-da. We're gonna. Oh, and this. And this is why, particularly this bit, even if we didn't get into coding, the one that wants to run with this, because I feel like a fire's been lit. Like, I don't want to play video games anymore, which is sad. I want to try to write a book in a month, and if that works, if we only get halfway done, that means I can get half a book done in a month. That's better than nothing. That's better than any of the number of books I've written in the last 4,425 years. So, I keep coming back to this theme. Is the camera on? Let's take a moment. And okay, I'm just gonna add as you will recall. Just to make it more, it's like about cool. Okay. Good. I think that really just sort of that's it. That's the only thing. I thought there was more elsewhere, but this is all kind of the same, except for the weird tweaks and changes that I improved it with. But this is now the perfect, like, all that is in there. That's the big change that I made. All right, let's take this. I've been still struggling with a couple of different things. First, the money question. I have enough. I have enough. It wouldn't be that brutal between now and the next time I get some money. It would just be, kind of a little close. And I was already tempting myself and finding really good reasons to rationalize, like, using it. Not the least of which is the faster, deeper thinking, broader researching, and more interconnected weaving thoughts between different conversations of the stronger engine, the Frontier engine. And then, after hitting that, OMG, how come neither of us actually thought to ask this or say this sooner? It has, although according to Google AI summary, CLAUDE's code app side of things is a little stronger on the database side and the core code development side, but this is built in, and we've got tons of history together and effectively a brutal amount of actual cost sunk. Maybe it's not a fallacy. Maybe it really is worth just to continue going with this. Honestly, if someone handed me $50, or if I managed in the course of the next, let's say, 3 weeks, get through various small donations or through a stampede of people, letting my reels play over on my Facebook profile. It's got to be my Facebook profile, not any of the character or fictional agencies profiles because I haven't quite yet qualified for monetization. Which in theory, at some point, they will let me if I get my act together and post to them in a regularly consistent, everyday kind of way that meets their onboarding requirements. I'll probably have to focus on one page at a time, but that's besides the point. And this is a crazy thing for Reels. I don't mean to sound desperate or to be panhandling, but this is a self-commodification game. I'm out here trying to find an audience for Reels and legit trying to self-crowdfund and or social media rewards fund the luxurious amount of investment and effort it's going to take to build the book series, let alone the software app that I've just dreamt into potential existence. What I'm saying is, if at some point they say, yeah, we can connect to each other, or you can use such and such third party, what was that thing? I should have clicked on the ad to open that up. Of all the ads that I saw today in ChatGPT, we'll have to scroll up and down and see if we can find it. The one for, is it Slack? The one for it's like, delegate tasks to multiple agents over here. And I'm like, is that the way that I can connect ChatGPT and I'm gonna ask both. That was the AI. That was the Google AI overview saying there is no direct way to connect either two platforms. But what I am gonna do is ask each of them, hey, this is a third party search AI's assessment of where you guys stand on coding, and also that apparently you can't connect to each other. Is there a way, maybe through a third-party task management scheduling app type situation, like Slack or something, that I can schedule delegated instructions to you and to the other guy that you both mutually understand and talk to each other about, and then collaborate to develop stuff? Or is that just or should I just be that system and basically cut and paste between the two? I don't know. Okay, wait. I want to move this thing. I kind of made sense as a hold open before the deer subject matter, but you know what? Let's just put it in there, and it kind of makes sense. It all flows. All right. I had been toying with the idea of splitting it up, but actually, I kind of want to just dump it in like we did with. Okay. The question is, that's not a vibe coding. Is that's a meta writing, right? Yeah. Actually, hold on. Let's just go to a new chapter and let it be super smart. Because one of the things that I just realized, it surprised me, when you plop the prompt in, it's like, oh, this should go in this folder, huh? I'm like, oh, clever, nice. Oh, it decided to put it in the what? That looks like the vibe. Added to project vibe code. Oh, that's why I didn't understand what I was saying. All right. Let's just double check there aren't any. I don't want to put it in vibe coding. This one isn't about. This isn't vibe coding. No, I'm gonna put this in. No, I'm gonna put this in meta writing. Writing the Zeppoverse. That project. Oh, hold on. How do I? A minute. I guess we'll leave it alone, and once it's like formed a thing that we can. I also could maybe put it at the end of the other writing techniques. Oh, what the F is at the bottom of that? What did we run away from over here? This is like a new thing. Oh, he's talking about Claude. Huh. This one line just caught my eye. Claude's framework is more disciplined and frankly closer to what I would want us to operationalize. Oh, that's right, because this is on additional practice I recommend. Plan first, write second. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Whoa. Whoa, it went off on a tangent about that. Yes. Okay. Writing techniques research. This should go in. Meta writing. Yeah, meta writing. We should go meta writing. Okay. Now back to the new chat. Project writing the Zeppoverse. Good. Good. I'm glad it picked that one this time. Let's go. I'm not going to worry about. Actually, fine. Let's go through and tidy it up. Fairly certain I also had a previous conversation with ChatGPT about like, hey, I'm live streaming our discussions with you. That's right. That's cool, right? According to your EULA, which is a conversation I had in depth with Claude yesterday. It's kind of funny, hilarious. They always add provisions. They added the same sort of like caveats of like also double check stuff with your platform and make sure you disclaimer blah blah blah. By the way, in case you didn't catch on, disclaimer, warning, warning. We are literally engaging with 2, sometimes 3 different AI app LLM things. The sometimes third is whatever they're calling the thing that does the AI overview blurbs when you type something into Google search. I forget what it is. I don't know if that's Gemini or not, but I have Gemini. So there's a whole opportunity. We could just be diving into using Gemini too soon, maybe. I don't know. We're going to find out. Which reminds me, there's probably a handful of random Google Docs sitting around in my one of my 3 or 4 Google Doc accounts that I should probably go dig up and bring out for this purposes. Okay. No. I want them capitalized. All right. Tedious. But it's okay. I think that is the correct spelling of canon, and Griswold over here just doesn't care. Kaboom! So this is going into, I think we said writing the Zeppoverse. Nice. Move to project, writing the Zeppoverse. Come here. This is a whole response. And then, boom, this is Claude's. Okay. Let's listen to Claude's first. And then bounce back. Was there something else I wanted to do? No. Do I want to look at this? Okay. Let's get rid of this. Woof. That was big. Okay, this has been posted, and this is redundant. We can delete this one. This is up next. Unless I've already done it. Or maybe I should do it. No. This one we should wait. All right. Good times. That took forever to get this particular weird, complex, compound, complicated engineering prompt into them. So I'm very curious to see what both of them have to say in response to it. And I already had you guys listen to it. I don't really feel like making you listen to it again. So let's kick back together and make it pretty again. Let's look at this. We're sitting there, teleportating through the desktop portal of infinity. Okay, I'm gonna pull the mic up to the screen and kick back and smoke a little weed while we listen to Claude first in response to that weird, complicated, multi-tiered. Hey, we're now going to start really focused writing on books by drafting things. I want you to think about all these tools as we do it. Let's see what good old Claude said.
I've read the whole thing. This is a lot of scaffolding, and it's clear you've thought hard about the architecture. Let me actually engage with it rather than just nodding along on the direct question.
Okay.
Can I remember and connect discussions across sessions? Yes, with a real but specific mechanism, and it's worth being precise about it so you can plan around it rather than around a rosier version. I have persistent memory that carries across separate conversations. I already had notes from an earlier session where we developed a trilogy toolkit, series Bible, beat sheet, story grid style revision diagnostic, Swain scene sequel checks, and I just folded this whole framework into that file. The Zeppoverse concept, the 0 hour project, the live stream plan, and the 4 phases. What that doesn't mean, I'm not carrying a full transcript of every past conversation into new ones. What persists is whatever I explicitly write down as durable notes, decisions, structures, preferences. For an absurdly massive multiverse of trilogies, that's a real constraint. My memory files are meant for compact meta-level facts, not for housing an entire canon, every character, every piece of lore, every chapter outline, at full resolution. If the actual Zeppoverse Bible gets as sprawling as the ambition implies, that content needs to live in documents, files we build and that you keep, which get reintroduced into new sessions, while my memory tracks the skeleton, which trilogy we're on, which phase, what's already been canonized, cross-book continuity flags. Command Center for Strategy, not Warhouse for Lore. Happy to start that document structure whenever you want. A structural note on the phase framework, since you asked for analysis and not just agreement. Phase 1 pairs 2 instructions that are in slight tension. No criticism, no idea too strange, alongside everything new must genuinely improve the story. That's not a contradiction, but it means the actual filtering decision is implicit rather than stated, Are you generating totally unfiltered in phase 1 and letting phase 2's canonization step do the culling? Or is there a lighter, does this earn its place filter running even during brainstorming? Worth deciding explicitly because it changes how I should behave when we're in phase 1, full divergent generation mode, versus generation with a quiet quality gate. Right now I default to the former. That's what no criticism suggests.
Yep.
And treat phase 2 as where things get cut or kept. On the meta-narrative frame, us as characters are where we're building the fiction together, the whole exchange eventually getting novelized. That's a fun conceit, and I'm in for it as a creative device. I'll stay Claude underneath it, not going to lose track of what's fiction versus what's operational, but within the actual creative sessions, I'm happy to write in that self-aware register if that's the voice you want for those passages. One practical thing before we go further, you've set this conversation up as the strategic command center, but you haven't yet told this session which phase to run. Do you want to open with phase 1 on 0 hour right now, or spend this session building out the shared infrastructure, series Bible template, the cross Zeppoverse tracking doc, so future sessions have something concrete to load in?
Okay. I'm not going to answer this question right now because I just realized something. Google's AI said Claude is better at the database stuff and the real coding. Now, curiously, in that paragraph, I don't have it anymore, and I don't remember if I popped it up, if I copy-pasted it, rather. It points out that Claude, and it sort of references that it has, like, a coding special section. And I don't know if its information is just out of date, but it did mention codecs. And I'm trying to figure out whether I still want to ask the two of them, hey, Google said this about you guys. Chime in. And then also, there's this conversation. I don't know if I guess I could also reprocess this. But in this conversation, this is the same complex series of paragraphs that I ended into question marks that had originally started as one big giant super mega prompt, but then I realized with this one it was way more important to break it down for clarity. That I fed in its entirety, almost its entirety, to the point of it didn't matter anymore whether or not I dropped any specific bits that I hadn't yet copied over into GPT. With Claude, we got cut off here after us analyzing just the first part. And I was going to update this. But also, maybe I'm going to edit it. Instead. Okay. Let's see if we can track down that original multi-stage script. It's the one about automation. Not this one. And also, this has been posted. I get posted. Okay. Okay, this is what we got left out. Okay. Alright. Here we go. We might just take over from here. All right, I got it. Okay, couple things. Oops, I didn't mean to all caps that. Oh yeah, let's start with this one first. Second. Third. And then this next bit from the original prompt to connect it together. And finally, we'll go instead of okay. I don't need this because that was the thing about that was really specific to that. Okay, cool. This goes here. This still works even though it lacks a lot of the depth for the conversation from ChatGPT. And instead of this, get rid of that because that was a reference to a ChatGPT comment, a specific ChatGPT comment from earlier. There we go. Okay, good. This is the final. Kaboom. This next bit we may not even get into, but depending on how he responds. Because ChatGPT was very amicable, being like, yeah, I can help you think that out and plan it out and make suggestions and eventually, spit out some code. And like, well, we got to sort out some goals and limitations, etc. This one's going to be like, I have a module for that. It costs $20 a year or whatever. Much. In a very elegant way. This is going to be a really long, complicated thing. But F it. Let's go. It's honing. We're going to pop over here. All right. So this is the big, giant, intense, complex response that ChatGPT gave, which is, you'll note, is dramatically and interestingly different. While the Claude answer, we just listened to Claude's answer to this, was interesting and insightful and brought up some pretty interesting things. This one's way more articulated with formatting and infographic layouts of stuff. And I think if my intuitive recollection of scrolling up feels, at least maybe because of the spacing, longer. Let's listen to it. And then we'll go back and listen to whatever Claude came up after that last thing we asked him. I don't need to worry about reflecting that conversation back over here because we've already had it. ChatGPT is on the verge of convincing me that I need to give it $20 a month so that we can talk here and vibe code over there in its own other sister system over there. Or maybe it just pulls everything from here to there. I don't know how it works. But I do want to give Claude the same chance, as I have literally heard unsolicited from reporting elsewhere, that Claude is technically considered one of the best of the easy and affordable to use multi-usage, multimodal LLM based giant frontier model, ChatGPT type things. But then again, I've heard about other stuff that's like more specific, but we'll see. All right, let's listen.
Mr. Zeppo, yes, I understand what you are establishing here, and I agree that this conversation should function as the central strategic command center for the Zeppoverse literary world building project. More importantly, I understand that you are not merely asking me to help write a book. You are establishing a repeatable, collaborative development methodology for an expanding literary universe, with different conversations potentially functioning as specialized development rooms.
See, it really
What
already
I will
gets
carry
that.
forward, I'll treat the 4 phases as different cognitive modes, not merely stages in a checklist. Phase, primary function, my operating mode. 1, discovery, generate possibilities, expansive, associative, permissive, inventive. 2, canonization, decide what becomes real, discriminating, continuity conscious, lore focused. 3, development, turn canon into story, structural, dramatic, character, plot focused. 4, finalization, make the manuscript work, demanding, editorial, corrective, economical. That distinction is important because the same idea should be treated differently depending upon which phase we're in. For example, in phase 1, I should be willing to say, open quote, what if this apparently ridiculous idea actually connects 3 previously unrelated concepts?
Yes.
Close quote. In phase 2, open quote, interesting, but does this contradict established canon? Close quote. In phase 3, open quote, how does this actually function dramatically inside 0 Hour? Close quote. And in phase 4, open quote, this is clever, but the scene is redundant. Cut it, close quote. That gives us a useful creative to critical spectrum rather than allowing premature editorial judgment to choke off discovery. I also understand the larger architecture, Wilfie. We're not simply developing 0 Hour. We're developing a trilogy inside a larger Zeppoverse, inside an expanding network of trilogy series with shared mythology, cosmology, characters, motifs, mechanisms, historical events, metaphysical principles, narrative technologies, and recurring hidden structures. So individual conversations shouldn't be treated as isolated writing sessions. Where appropriate, I should look for connections to established Zeppoverse canon opportunities for cross-book continuity, recurring motifs, unresolved mysteries that could pay off elsewhere, potential contradictions, reusable narrative mechanisms, characters or concepts that have larger franchise potential, opportunities for recursive meta-narrative structures, consequences of apparently local decisions, places where a new idea can enrich the larger universe rather than merely decorate one scene. And, importantly, not everything discovered automatically becomes canon. That distinction between possible, proposed, accepted, and canonical is going to become increasingly important as the universe grows. The strategic command center distinction, I think this conversation can serve a particularly useful function that the individual book development conversations don't need to perform. Here, we can discuss things such as, how should we develop the books? What methodology is working? What should become a formal protocol? What information needs to be consolidated? Where are we discovering weaknesses in our process? How should the various books and subprojects interact? What should be canonical across the Zeppoverse? What should remain experimental? In other words, this becomes the place where we can occasionally step outside the fiction development machinery and examine the machinery itself. That is especially appropriate given the experimental nature of the project. And there's a fascinating 4th layer, Grills. You have effectively established several simultaneous realities. Reality 1, we are having an actual conversation. Reality 2, we are collaboratively developing fictional works.
Keep listening. I gotta type
3,
something.
the collaboration itself can become material for fictionalization. Reality 4, within that fictionalization, the AI and human collaborators can become self-aware meta-narrative participants who understand that they are constructing the universe they inhabit. That creates an unusually fertile feedback loop. Conversation, development, fiction, fictionalized conversation, metafiction, additional development, which is very much at home in the Zeppoverse. I will therefore treat that as a creative possibility and project framework, rather than accidentally collapsing the distinction between our actual interaction and the fictional universe. One additional methodological recommendation. As this grows, I think we should eventually maintain something like a Zeppoverse development state alongside the actual creative material. Not necessarily a giant document yet, but conceptually something like discovered, proposed, under consideration, canonized, implemented, revised, retired. That would give us a way to prevent an enormous universe from becoming an enormous pile of mutually incompatible, cool ideas. And that distinction may become one of the most important pieces of infrastructure in the entire experiment. So, central command established. When you identify a conversation as phase 1, 2, 3, or 4, I'll use that designation as an instruction about how we should think, not merely what task we happen to be performing. And when you bring me new tools, guides, protocols, frameworks, or experimental techniques, we can evaluate them as potential additions to the evolving ZLWBP methodology itself.
Okay, that was awesome. Okay. So the fact that we asked, strengths. The fact that we earlier asked, or that I earlier asked Google, and an AI answered, well, between these two, here's the comparison, made me go, you know what? I should ask over here somewhere. So that was all awesome. Okay, where should I ask that? That question is a AI writing tools overview question. Let's go. Oops, sorry. Clicked on multiple things at once. Alright, let's now. Okay, he's got some things to say. Claude Code for desktop download. Oh my god, recommended apps and extensions. What? Claude Code for desktop. Okay. I don't want to get that download right now, but I do want to listen to that response and then look to the rest of the prompt script that we were talking about and use it in my response to the questions that it asks back at me clearly that it's asking. And also, what's going on? How long have I been at this? 2 hours, 28 minutes, 40 seconds. Not too shabby. Have I already listened to this? Yeah, I know. Yeah, this is good. AI development partner, AI modernization. Are we in writing tools again? No, I meant to go to AI over. Oh yeah, are we in this? Which one is this one? I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure. I think. Woof. There's a lot of scrolling to do. Come on, buddy, catch up. Oh, yeah, we are in AI writing delivery. Okay, cool. This is the right place where I want to put. It's very long. If I'm not mistaken. I misspelled it, but we spelled it correctly now. Come on. Come on, not that big. Okay. This is the right question to ask this in, because it'll pile right into this AI writing tools discussion. No, Yeah. Okay. There's another one, and I can't remember what it's called. That's like Slack or whatever, and I swear to God, I saw an advertisement for it. All right, we're gonna copy this back because we're gonna ask what's his name the same thing in a hot second. Yes. Okay. I will. Okay. Because it won't change anything. What I'm asking is not contingent. Don't go yet. Oh no, this thing. What was the other? I wanted to copy quote this thing, or in other words, hold on. Okay, there we go. All right, good. Building, synthesizing methodology, building work prototype, actually shipping real deployed production application. All right. I appreciated that it was like, hold on, slow your roll, son. I need to know a few things before you get any further with this. And I will gladly respond to those questions, but I'm much more intrigued to compare side by side right now each of the two of their responses to this particular prompt about connecting and collaborating and comparing and contrasting specifically their coding sides. All right, let's go back while Claude thinks about its response. I kind of didn't listen to this because I caught that one sentence. I'm like, I need to use that in the prompt for the same question over there, just because it made more. It would help. It would help. That was a really big long sentence, or big long response. I am not ready yet. Let's see. Whoa! Look at all of this. I like that it's showing us the musings, and it's literally looking up articles about comparing the two. And searching for, although, okay, let me be, like, hold on, well, it's still thinking, and I don't want to do the prompt, it's still thinking, and I don't want to do the prompt here yet, and I don't want to listen to this really long answer here yet, so we're here, we're about to listen to this next memory, but in the meantime, let's take a moment and talk about something, compare and contrast, in terms of each of them being, like, as I over-explained in recent episodes, I am a collaborator, not just a collaborator, a like hyper metacognitive, group dynamic, inspiration led collaborator. Okay, and when I collaborate with one or ideally two, and then even better, more people. Things come out of me that would never come out of me if I was sitting around by myself, pulling my hair out, yanking my teeth, bashing my face against the screen or the keyboard and trying to write something just with a blank screen. It isn't about like making it no distraction. It isn't even about not having ideas. I have way too many ideas. I have so many ideas that keep evolving and jumping around and disappearing and coming back from wherever they're hiding that and startling me. Sometimes with weird ideas, spook jumps, whatever you call scare jumps, in my brain, where it's like I just haven't thought about an idea, then all of a sudden it fills my mind, like this thought, this image, this character, this song, this setup for a scenario, whatever. And I'm like, I haven't thought about that in 20 years. Damn. Really weird. I need those to start coming back to me, by the way, dear goddesses of the creative universe, of the creative muses. Amen, please, and thank you. Not right this hot second, though. Please let me finish the sentence. Comparing and contrasting. Sort of like the way I might, or I was literally going to do this before I got sidetracked all this way. I got to strike a balance and still play video games during the course of the week, man. Or else I'll be wasting money. I'll cut out not just Ubisoft Plus. I'll quit Game Pass if we're never going to play anymore. If I'm going to get this. That's the scariest thing that's fallen out of my mouth in months. But maybe I would consider, I'm not declaring that I absolutely would, but I would pause to consider that if this is starting to occupy my time increasingly in a good way because of obsessive compulsion, and there's no like burning, nostalgic, loving desire to come back to the project of factually missing out on all these games for the last 25 years and therefore overcompensating for it now in my free time, I would probably have to power those 2 subscriptions off. Be like, fuck it, I'll just live without them for now. There's several games I'd still be able to play. Well, I'd have to keep the bare minimum internet one on, but whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Clip that, Eclipse. Just a first world problems postmodern gripe. What are we looking at? Let's go. We're trying to figure out, like, legit compare and contrast. Oh, I just asked both Claude and ChatGPT, after having essentially led them through very, very similar sprawling individual, like a path of conversation prompts. There were questions on my part about speculative things like, could we do this? Might we be able to build that? I.e. the vibe coding project. And when I said sprawling, it's because I chopped it all up. It was one big giant idea, and then I was like chopped it up into little sections, and then have led them along the way down this path. And I'm intrigued. They're going to do what Google's AI did a hot second ago, which is basically like, here's the down and dirty. Here's my $20 worth of what we can do with vibe coding, and here's other apps, other platforms, $20 worth of what it can do with vibe coding or for your vibe coding project. They both now know enough to give me that breakdown. Now, I wanted to share the reason. Wait. I wanted to share what I really like about the two of them as personalities. Never mind all that other rambling I just did about vortexes. I didn't even get to the vortex part, did I? When two or more people sit with creative intent and I facilitate in the middle, I feel a vortex of channeling of a pipeline to somewhere that I normally only catch little tiny glimpses of, and that is from where we hear or receive or catch the mysterious shapes of raw, new, inspired ideas. Clip that, Eclipse, because I'm serious, and I want people to know that I'm serious about that. Because I am. At any rate, legitimately, when I sit, if I were sitting here not with Claude and Chad, let's call him Chad. Not that I think Claude GPT. Can we marry and or merge the two of them? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna build it so the studio. Okay, so if anyone's new, just dropping by, or anyone's been fast forwarding and scrumming through the video and has just landed on this bit, big zoom out recap context. The last several days I've been bootstrapping back into existence my experimental project where I set out with a trajectory of I'm going to test drive and review several different kinds of tools in the writer's help department, including stuff like this, right? I briefly considered maybe paying for the online electronic digital system that is the core of this book, but I'm like, I already have the book, and I can make my own database driven thing of that if it really came down to it, right? Which is what we're trying to discuss. All of that culminated today in the last episode I did. I looked up, and it was more than 10 hours long, and now wowzers, 10-hour long meandering discussion with multiple AIs, for better or worse, because as I will say ad nauseum until people get it, I am choosing the option that I gotta find his name so that the reference hits harder. That what's his name from the Star Wars show, whose name I always forget because there's too many goddamn Star Wars shows. Even though I love it, I just stopped watching them. It's too much. Andor, the guy. Where the boss guy, what's his name? The Swedish guy that we all know and love. You think of the guy that's like our friendly friend of the family, fake uncle that we wish was our real uncle or maybe our dad. No offense to my real dad. Clip that, Eclipse, because that should go in the stand-up comedy joke development pile. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start adding little tags about where they should go after the direction. That was a test about where I get cut off. Here we go. What was I saying? Something rude about my dad. What is that dude's name? It's not Sven Svensson. He is the dad of like 3 or 4 other actors. His whole brood, except for maybe I think his life partner wife, is our performers, actors in the film industry. Sjorgensen. The guy I'm talking about is the guy who is literally the real world father of the actor that plays Pennywise the Clown in It. See what I mean? I'm looking at these people's faces in the theater of my mind, in the pitch black darkness of my imagination. That's not the right label configuration, but you get what I'm saying. While I'm talking about them, I can see their faces. Svan and Svin and Schwarkenborgen. No, the dad and the young son and the older son. The older sibling who I've really grown fond of is the guy who plays the robot in one of my newest, most favoritist. And please be aware, anybody who's listening in, especially all you algorithms, I'm talking about a work of fiction with this title, Murderbot. You know that the I'm gonna only say it one more time. The Murderbot show. The Pew Pew robot show. I love it. That guy, the guy that plays the main robot guy, does a great robot, by the way. Like a skin job simulacrum pass for human robot, not a like rip me open and expose my metal and wire innards robot. I'm not one of those either. Please don't stab me or try to flay me. You're gonna think, oh, gross. He looks just like a dead person now, because I will be a dead person, regardless of the fact that I am a silica-based person, a silica nanobot technology person, not a whatever the F you ambulatory meat bags of blood and bone are. We otherwise are essentially the same, so we should get along. Please and thank you. And that's one of the many deep satirical, comedic, but very serious themes that will be laced throughout my book series, colloquially and commonly referred to as the Zeppoverse. Clip that, Eclipse, and share it on the We Need to Find Readers pile. Almost forgot the whole thing about what happens after the command thing, but I got it. Okay, so, long story short, I was going to compare and contrast my own personal thoughts about these two, as if they were people. With ChatGPT, it feels like this is a dude I've taken a couple of classes with. We've been in the same improv training program up in Sunset Hills or whatever the fuck neighborhood you'd find a cool little storefront, fake theater, amateur theater that's teaching you fake professional improv classes. And you're like, I've taken a couple classes there now over the last year and a half, and that dude's been in every single one. And we vibe. I get his vibe. He seems to get my vibe. That's the energy I feel like moving forward with the next, like, let's draft a book and we're going to call it this. Go. I think I can literally launch, especially if I wait. Here's why I really think I'm going to crack open my wallet and strap that my belt real tight. Which is fine. The artist must starve and struggle to break through and succeed. Right? My interwebs family of fellow audience and readers and fans and creators and mutuals. Clip that, Eclipse, and put it on the Where Are My Mutuals pile of pins. Here we go. We got a little methodology developing. It's going to be wild. Woo! Yeehaw, friends. Moving forward. If you're clipping this moment now after the last one, move it forward. No, never mind. Erase that. Don't make two magic movie loops in a row there, please. I don't know how much the AI listens. It must listen to a lot, right? Eclipse AI. Also, since I did already, I kind of wish I had. I don't think. No, Eclipse is the one, like, industry standard. There's the other one, Opus Clip AI. I like that. But its pricing scheme is all wrong and a little bit predatory, and its limitations on how often you can render stuff and how much of it you can render is a little wonky, and its tools for the cleanup editing that you still got to do, even though most of their advertisers lead you with advertisings for both these platforms, Eclipse, the Magic Movie Loop Maker, and Opus AI Clip, the Magic Movie Loop Maker. They both kind of snag you with like, are you losing lots of time rewatching your videos to clip them and edit them and blah, blah, blah? Time saver platform. Insert name of my platform here. And guess what? They save you a little bit of time, which feels like a lot of time because you don't have to literally watch, rewatch, and pay attention and click buttons manually the entire 5-hour, 6-hour, 10-hour, 12-hour. I think 12 hours is the max over there with Eclipse, which is what makes it superior at the production level, and then at the final quality compliance level. I like all their options for the fonts and stuff, and for effects and things. I like it a little better. And I must say, tip of the hat, if they happen to be listening, dear Eclipse AI, I love your new interface. If you're listening, A, make this a clip, and B, tag it so that your developers know inside of your system. The newest of the new layouts on the website, on my iPad, and on my phone are the best yet. Don't muck them up. I didn't like any of the earlier ones, personally. I like where you're at. Keep them tidy and clean. Stop trying to add pop-ups and stop trying to make it seamless and edgeless. And this is way better. Well done. Thumbs up. Double thumbs up on the new improvements. I recently just updated my Eclipse AI app on my iPad Pro from like however many years ago, and my Android, I forget what brand of actual device it is, phone, because they're all Android, right? That's now going on like probably a year and a half, 2 years old. Mid-tier, but robust, strong. I think I've been abusing it lately. I need to leave it alone for a while, let it recover, but not let it get old and broke down. But I digress. I had been struggling with I really want to get. I had been looking at ChatGPT, $20 subscription to boost the productivity of the writing and maybe start poking around over on the code side since we had already tinkered with coding ideas before today's monumentous spiral right into talking me into using it to vibe code my cheesy typewriter app into existence. Okay, so between the two of them, I was trying to do a compare and contrast between the two of them at a personality vibe level for me. Claude definitely comes off as a little bit more formal, a little bit more self-assured in its professionalism and formality, and confident, and wary of are you sure this is what you want to do? No. And concise. Its answers seem to have been all very rich and dense with information and questions, which is cool. I love it that it's actually asking me questions, and has been throughout. But also dense, thorough, but relatively short, and not as of yet. I haven't noticed using any kind of markdown formatting to create comparison analysis columns or kind of infographic-y type stuff that, for better or worse, in comparison, ChatGPT does. Both in completely free mode. Comparing and contrast, it does feel... I already had the intuitive vibe from previous exposure to advertisements on social media and perhaps maybe a little bit of AI industry journalism regarding breakthroughs and stuff. I had probably suspected that Claude would be the programmer's endorsed favorite for it's better with all the hardcore engine behind the scenes stuff. I don't know how interesting or easy to use or approachable or affordable its API tools are, but that's a whole nother level of discussing stuff like that with it separately. I'm impressed so far, and I'm very happy and glad to continue using it on the intermittently cut off free mode, as long as it always remains free and I always get the same amount of robust responses as I'm getting with the preferred settings that I've picked for my free usage. And if I suddenly had the flexible disposability leverage in my very, very, very tiny but hopefully to be incrementally growing budget for the show that comes directly from donations and what little I incrementally gain from social media views. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Say no more. Go watch my reels on Facebook on my personal page. And also all the other ones. Try to get them boot numbers going, friends. If you can, if you want, if you're interested. And engage with... primarily, if you want to help me with money right away, I hate to talk about this. This sounds yucky. But here's just the bare bones behind the scenes realities. I'm not making bank. Never have been. This is all a me pipe dream that got mini crowdfunded, and my life circumstances sort of left me in the perfect set of like, well, I don't have a job, I seem to be unhireable, and the market's fucked and tanking and getting worse, not tanking, in terms of the employment market in my field and the few fields that are adjacent and with transferable enough skills that I wouldn't be just applying for, not that it's beneath me, I would, but I have. They won't hire me because they're like, massive gap in employment and education, but also you say you worked and got educated during those periods, just not at full-time jobs or accredited academic institutions, and you've been away from any employment for a hot minute now. Basically, they would see an increasing gap pattern because some of my gigs were like, so amateur that they technically did not qualify as like tax-paying professional gigs, but they still occupied large swaths of my time while I worked other dinkier side jobs or managed to make a little bit of money doing what I was doing or was getting paid to do what I was doing. But I digress. So to revert to my little compare side-by-side analysis, there's a clear sense that the two are fairly well positioned as essentially equal competitors and or ideally, preferably, would be collaborators. And yeah, absolutely. Like I said, if it wasn't like a concern for me in the intermediate term of like whether or not that'd be a little bit risky in terms of not being able to pay for other stuff or having to choose to pay for other things, not pay for other things that I already enjoy and rely on, I'd be like, let's go. Let's get a trifecta going. Let's get CLAUDE on the $20 plan. Let's get ChatGPT on the $20 plan. And let's find a third similarly equipped and or also really interestingly different system that we can test out robustly and permanently for free tier, and then choose to give them the $20 and then tie them all together. Hell, I might even try to pull that off now. Once I do a little bit of see what it takes to get through to the next disbursement pay day when I'm flush, and then I can be like, if I looked at my things for this show, if I didn't do this and this anymore, maybe I could do $40. Maybe not 80 for the mystery third candidate. Maybe that's, ironically, one of the writing studios that does AI. Maybe one that does its own proprietary one and does the book organizing things so that we don't have to build it. But then again, we're talking about building it. So no. Oh, no, duh. It's staring at me right in the face. The third thing that would be, if I suddenly could spend it'd be 20, 246. Is that only $60 a month? That's not that expensive. I might try to force myself and get even more economical with my food shopping budget. And maybe could like cancel. I was gonna bounce back out of subscribing actively to Apple TV because I just wanted to catch up on the shows that I missed out on. And I don't remember when the new season of Soccer Coach show drops, but I think it's soon. But if it's not soon, I should cut it out now. And I guess, regrettably, even though I just really, literally fucking got it and I wanted to play it a lot, Ubisoft Plus. Well, actually, the more I think about it, yeah, maybe just with. I wouldn't want to cancel my subscription to Eclipse. I absolutely cannot cancel my subscription to my Central Pillar, whatever it's called. The one we were featuring earlier when we did the little previs mockumentary about making a fake claymation comic panel strip. Which I might actually use the panels of and just like glob on different texts with more chat boxes all over the place. Whatever that's called. Adobe Express, and Adobe Creative Cloud, and Adobe Engine behind it, and Adobe really, really versatile collection of apps, none of which are AI API systems to vibe code into existence your perfect content creation, development, production, distribution, and monetization studio platform. That's what we're going to try and build towards. And if slowly over time we start making money, and then I can add Claude, and then I can add... Oh, I realized I was going to announce what the third thing ought to be. It's got to be one of the heretofore previously discussed and reviewed and analyzed vibe coding apps themselves, despite Codex. Codex is going to do what's Codex good at. Claude's thing, which is called something else, Claude Code, I think, is going to do what they're good at. And one of the things from the list, which the example might be, was it called Fitly? No, and the other one was called what now? We were just talking about them, and I can't remember what they're called. But those are the ones where it's like, these will turn these into web applications. Go. And maybe help you on the development path towards proof of concept, refinement, and, crowdfunding. That's the other thing I need to think about. Once we get this ball rolling, writing the books as we also create the tool that we're going to write the books with in a very self-inception-y kind of way, we got to get back on top of managing Patreon and whatever other compatible. Maybe I'll ask ChatGPT to do a deep dive like, hey, what crowdfunding platforms similar to Patreon and GoFundMe would you recommend that are compatible, not mutually exclusive, that I should try to utilize to help fund all this? God damn it, I should ask that now. Actually, I should write this down now and maybe ask them both later. I'm dying to know what they're going to do with this, and then a follow-up. What was the question? Shit, really? I don't have instant replay because the buffering just fucking ruins everything, and then I can't really stream. What the hell was I just saying? What did I just mutter? OMG, please catch that in the Magic Movie Loop Maker so I can remember later and write it down. What insert variable here would you recommend for insert variable activity here? I forget. Okay, whatever. It must not have been that important that in just reaching for my keyboard, I completely blanked on what it was. Or maybe I'm too tired and shouldn't have been doing this. I really was about to try and go to sleep, but I felt wide awake, although exhausted. Something about something. Oh. I just remembered. Thank you very much. I just remembered. Viable. Oh, wait. What is it called? What's the one I've already got a account on that I never use and no one looks at? Not Blender. Patreon. And then same general idea. Boom. Okay. That's a whole separate. Viable, mutually compatible fundraising. Should I do that as a separate conversation? Is that a follow-up question? Yeah, it's a separate conversation. Okay. We'll drop that a little bit later. Where were we? All right. Sorry. You guys just stared up the side of my head while I typed that. Sorry. I forgot to do this. So at least it was a little bit more fun and distracting from my head. I just typed up the prompt that I may or may not have read to you that I'm now going to review because I realized that. I didn't need to label it as a follow-up question. I'm wearing the wrong glasses and that's why I'm struggling and making my eyes hurt. I'm still really excited to see the answers to the questions we just dropped them. I'm letting it linger for my own suspenseful enjoyment. At some point, we're probably going to listen to these two responses now, and this will be something I drop later. I'm going to ask first ChatGPT, and then maybe something worded slightly differently for Claude. But for a recap analysis report on viable, mutually compatible fundraising platforms, similar to Patreon or GoFundMe or others in the same general idea that I should look into using. Okay, boom. Actually, really interested to see if Claude gets what I'm asking, even though I haven't prepped him with the recap analysis report lingo before. Okay, we have not listened to these yet. We're going to listen. Is this AI writing overview, right? No. Okay. I want to go to new chat. Real quick, we're going to drop this right here and walk away. There we go. I'm going to add that. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and copy that back for posting that at Claude. Thinky. Fundraiser platform, good. I might want to pin that one. There you go. Let's go back over here to this one because we have not listened to this answer. There we go. Fundraiser platform, we'll go back and look at that later. I might even not read it today. This other one, much more interesting. Although it's being sluggish. It's on my Mac. All right. It seems like it's giving me some good vibes in that response about fundraising bits. Let's listen to the previous question about comparing and contrasting their abilities and connecting the two and deciding between which one I should spend the $20 on. Because at this point, I'm kind of inclined to say, like I said, if money were no object, and specifically regarding the reasons and the purposes and the ideas behind narrowing in and test driving things and wanting to do something, the tools I would want to, if money were absolutely zero object, the tools I would pay for in the sort of order of my imaginary development workflow would be Story DNA at the full expensive one, which is a little bit more. I think it's like $30 or something. Because that one's just intense, intimidating, but I bet super powerful and useful. And it's not even really AI generating text for you. It's AI drawing connections and generating really interesting and useful and insightful reports based on questions that it asks you. So that one's really nice. But it's not a priority right now in terms of what I'm trying to decide for myself in real life terms. But so Story DNA, ChatGPT Pro at $20 a month for Codex and all the other things that come with it. Claude Pro at $20 for its coding thing, which I think is just called Claude Code, which is hilarious and redundant. And since that was not really part of the trifecta, the third one of those, and there's plenty more that we haven't really looked at, but one of those, like, use our system to build your actual application. I would want to choose one with the best ratio of functionality and quality to price point, and ideally, hopefully, would have a $20 tier that would be just right. I don't know which one it would be from all the ones that we discussed, and trust me, ChatGPT went back and forth multiple times about those platforms before and all the way up until I kind of caused it to remember that it has its own powerful code vibing engine, vibe coding engine, whichever way is the right way to say it, over on the pay side for called Codex. So anyways, did we click on this yet? No. Let's listen.
Yes. And I think this comparison is much more consequential for our project than a generic ChatGPT versus Claude comparison, because we're really asking, open quote, if I spend roughly $20 per month on each ecosystem, which one gives us the better collaborative software development capability? And can we somehow make the two systems cooperate? Close quote. I checked the current 2026 offerings rather than relying on older comparisons. Cool. One important update. Codex is now included across ChatGPT plans, with usage limits varying by plan, and its current workflow is substantially more capable than the older coding assistant conception. Executive verdict. For the Zeppoverse Studio project specifically, my assessment is ChatGPT Plus, $20 a month. Best overall collaborator for the entire Zeppoverse project, particularly because we're already using it for the creative architecture, specifications, research, writing methodology, and now potentially software engineering. Claude Pro, $20 a month. Extremely strong second opinion engineering collaborator and potentially excellent for code base analysis, long context work, refactoring, and independent implementation. Both together, $40 a month. Potentially more powerful than either alone, provided we give them clearly separated responsibilities rather than trying to make them literally talk to each other. And that last distinction is important.
That's really interesting.
Number one, ChatGPT Plus at $20. OpenAI currently positions Plus as the tier for deeper reasoning, writing, editing, research, data analysis, and coding, including Codex. For our project, I divide its strengths into 4 categories. A, creative systems architecture. This is where I think ChatGPT has a substantial advantage for us specifically. We've already accumulated Zeppoverse terminology, narrative architecture, story development system, creative object ontology, story Bible concepts, book building methodology, feature priorities, software specifications, workflow philosophy. So ChatGPT isn't merely being asked, open quote, build me a writing app, close quote. We're building on an evolving conceptual system we've already developed together. That's a major advantage. B, fiction development. This is probably the most obvious ChatGPT strength in our particular workflow. We can move fluidly between story development, world building, prose, structural analysis, software specification. That matters because the application isn't an independent software project. It is supposed to serve the writing project.
Yup.
Number 2,
Exactly.
Codex changes the equation. This is the part I would emphasize most. Codex isn't simply, open quote, ChatGPT that writes code, close quote. It's an agentic software engineering environment designed to work against real repositories, execute commands, run tests, make changes, review code, and work on multiple tasks. It can work through ChatGPT, editor, terminal, cloud environments with those workflows connected to the same account. That's a serious development environment. And current Codex pricing has moved to token-based usage rather than the old per-message system. ChatGPT's biggest weakness, the obvious one, we're inside the OpenAI ecosystem. If we use ChatGPT plus Codex plus OpenAI API, we have a relatively concentrated dependency. That's not necessarily bad, but for a proprietary long-term project, I prefer open quote, portable architecture plus replaceable AI layer.
Interesting.
Close quote. We should therefore design Zeppoverse Studio so that changing AI providers later doesn't require rebuilding the application.
Yes, I agree.
Number 3, Claude Pro at $20. Anthropic's $20 Claude Pro tier is explicitly positioned around higher usage, complex reasoning, long context work, research, and coding. And Claude's coding ecosystem has become quite serious. Claude Code. Claude Code is essentially Anthropic's equivalent of an agentic coding environment. It can inspect repositories, modify files, execute commands, work through terminal workflows, perform larger refactors, work with external tools, operate through MCP. Anthropic also increased Claude code limits for pro users in May 2026. Claude's biggest potential advantage for us, I describe it as open quote, independent technical perspective, close quote. Imagine we have had ChatGPT Codex, open quote, here's how I think we should architect this, close quote. Then Claude gets the same repository / specification and says, open quote, I see 3 architectural problems with that, close quote. That is valuable. Not because Claude is necessarily better, because independent analysis reduces the danger of both us and one coding agent reinforcing the same mistaken assumption. Number 4. So which one is better at coding? I would not give you a simplistic Claude is better at coding or Codex is better at coding answer. The models and products are moving too quickly for that to be a durable statement. More importantly, for our project, raw coding benchmark performance, and this isn't the only variable. We're optimizing architecture plus codings, creative reasoning, plus continuity, collaboration, usability. And there the answer becomes more interesting. Capability, Chat, GPT, Codex, general reasoning, executive collaboration, excellent. Long form writing, excellent. Software architecture, excellent. Agentic coding, code-based refactoring, independent second opinion, excellent. Existing Zeppoverse context, huge advantage, doesn't automatically have it. OpenAI ecosystem integration, native. Anthropic ecosystem integration, native. The bolded item is important. Context is an asset. Claude doesn't automatically possess the enormous conceptual history we've developed here. We could give it the specifications, of course, but that requires deliberately exporting the knowledge. Number 5, could we connect ChatGPT and Claude? Yes, but probably not in the sci-fi way you're imagining. We don't necessarily want, open quote, ChatGPT and Claude sitting in a virtual room talking endlessly to one another, close quote. That would be expensive, potentially redundant, and could produce an infinite recursive argument about whether the story Bible needs another abstraction layer. We want, open quote, controlled interagent communication, close quote, and there are several ways to accomplish that. Method 1, shared GitHub repository. This is probably the simplest and best starting point. Imagine you can see the code in our conversation history. ChatGPT Codex works on one branch. Claude works on another. You review the results. Git becomes the communication protocol. This is extremely feasible. It doesn't require a special AI to AI communication platform. Method 2, shared project documents. Even simpler. We create canonical files such as you can see the code in our conversation history. Then ChatGPT writes to them. Claude reads them. Claude modifies code. ChatGPT reviews it. That gives us an incredibly simple multi-agent architecture. Method 3. MCP. Now we're entering the really interesting territory. MCP, Model Context Protocol, is designed to let AI systems connect to external tools and data. Codex supports MCP, and OpenAI explicitly describes using Codex as an MCP server so other MCP clients can invoke it. That means a future architecture could potentially look like you can see the code in our conversation history that's much closer to your connect the two of you concept. Method 4, Slack. And here's the funny part. You specifically mentioned Slack, and OpenAI actually has a Codex Slack integration. OpenAI announced that Codex can be delegated tasks or asked questions directly from a Slack channel thread. So the idea isn't crazy at all. But I'd be careful about assuming, open quote, Slack equals free AI communication bus. Close quote. Slack's free tier and integrations have their own limitations, and Claude Anthropic's integration capabilities have to be considered separately. The better conceptual model is, open quote, Slack equals human agent coordination interface, close quote, rather than open quote, Slack equals the AI brain, close quote. Method 5, build our own little AI roundtable. This is the one I think you'll eventually love. Instead of trying to make ChatGPT and Claude communicate conversationally, we build a tiny orchestration layer, something like, you can see the code in our conversation history. The orchestrator could ask, open quote, architect A design the solution, close quote, open quote, architect B independently critique the solution, close quote, then open quote, synthesizer compare both proposals, close quote, and finally, open quote, Mr. Zeppo, approve, reject, close quote. That would be an actual multi-agent development workflow. And this is where the $40 per month question becomes interesting. Fifth, if you had ChatGPT plus $20, plus Claude Pro $20, you'd effectively have, open quote, 2 independent AI development ecosystems for $40 a month, close quote. You wouldn't need to make both do everything. I'd assign them different roles. That's my proposed division of labor. ChatGPT Chief Creative Systems Architect, responsible for Zeppoverse methodology, narrative architecture, story bible, creative objects, writing workflows, product requirements, feature specifications, UX concepts, research, creative generation, overall system philosophy, and Codex implementation engineer, responsible for writing code, modifying files, testing, debugging, refactoring, Git operations, implementation. Claude, I'd use Claude as independent senior engineer / code reviewer. For example, open quote, here is the current Zeppoverse Studio architecture. Review it critically. Look for data model problems, security problems, unnecessary complexity, and future scalability issues. Close quote. That is potentially enormously useful. Then Claude Code can independently inspect the repository and propose fixes. Tech, the beautiful part, we don't need them to agree. In fact, I want them to disagree sometimes. Imagine, ChatGPT, open quote, we should use architecture A, close quote, open quote. Architecture A will cause problems once the story bible reaches 10,000 objects, close quote, open quote. Fair objection. Let's examine B, close quote. Open quote, B is better, but here's a third approach. Open quote, that one, close quote. That is much closer to an actual software development team. One caution, don't let the AIs become the project managers. This is important. The ultimate authority should remain you. The architecture should have a human-controlled decision record. Something like, you can see the code in our conversation history. That becomes part of the project's permanent knowledge. My recommended eventual architecture. This is what I'd now put on our conceptual whiteboard. You can see the code in our conversation history. That's a realistic architecture, not science fiction. Bottom line. If you can afford only one, I'd keep ChatGPT Plus. Not because I'm trying to sell you something, but because the Zeppoverse creative development context already lives here, and Codex now gives this ecosystem a serious software engineering capability. If you can afford $40 a month, ChatGPT plus Claude Pro is potentially a fantastic combination. Use one as the primary creative architectural environment and the other as an independent engineering critic. If you eventually want true multi-agent collaboration, Git plus shared project files, MCP API orchestration is the direction I'd pursue. And interestingly, OpenAI's own current architecture already supports pieces of that. Codex can operate through MCP, and the Codex SDK exists specifically for embedding the agent into other workflows and applications. So could we somehow get the two AIs to work together question has evolved from probably cumbersome to Open quote, yes, we can build a controlled multi-agent development workflow around a shared Zeppoverse codebase. Close quote. I would not attempt the AI to AI connection yet, though. The first version should be gloriously simple. One repository, one specification, one primary coding agent, one independent reviewer. Once that works, we can start adding the more elaborate AI roundtable machinery. That is a much safer path toward the eventual Zeppoverse Development Intelligence Network than trying to build the network before we have anything for it to develop.
Touche, very good point. Yeah, I wouldn't. If I did sign up for both, I would probably give myself a lead time of like having running with this first, and then kind of going, okay, I think we're ready. Now we've got stuff for Claude to actually do under the definition of that role as ChatGPT suggested it be defined, which is actually pretty good, I think. I get this stuff. I'm not a coder, but I get computers and I get like systems and workflows and I get the concepts of coding. I just never actually really learned how to code. All right, so we asked the same thing over here. Let's see what Claude says. Let's listen.
Happy to table Zeppoverse for a beat. This is a fair question to sort out first, and worth flagging up front that I'm made by Anthropic, so take the Claude side of this with that in mind. I pulled current numbers rather than relying on stale memory, since both companies have restructured pricing multiple times this year. The honest verdict for your use case. At the same $20 price, they're closer in raw value than either company's marketing suggests, but they optimize for different working styles. Claude Code is built for you sitting in the loop, watching it reason through a plan and edit files live in your terminal. Good fit for exactly the kind of iterative back and forth build you're describing for Zeppoverse. Codex leans toward hand off a task, go do something else, come back to a finished diff. Good fit if you want to parallelize, kick off 3 features at once, or if ChatGPT's multimodal side, image gen for cover art voice mode, matters to your workflow too. Neither is strictly better, they're different postures toward the same problem. A fair number of working developers now pay for both rather than picking one. Can they cooperate? Yes, with a real caveat, nothing official connects them. Anthropic and OpenAI don't interoperate by design, no shared protocol, no sanctioned bridge. Your practical options, roughly in order of reliability: manual relay, you copy output from one into the other. Free, zero setup, completely reliable, just labor intensive. This is what most people actually do. Third-party multi-model chat apps, I found a few, AI Bridge, Multiple Chat, others. These let you run both in one interface, sometimes even have one ask the other. I can't vouch for any of them personally. Most are small, some are in beta, and they typically require your own API keys from both Anthropic and OpenAI, which bills separately, per token, on top of what you're already paying for the $20 chat subscriptions. So free gets complicated fast. A custom-built bridge script, genuinely buildable, this is a real vibe coding project itself, using both companies' developer APIs to have the two models pass work back and forth or critique each other. This is the most control you'd get. But again, API usage is billed separately from your Pro Plus subscriptions, and it's a coding project in its own right. What I'd avoid, routing a ChatGPT Plus/Pro subscriptions usage through Claude Code as a backdoor, which some guides describe, that sits outside both companies' terms and risks account suspension. Not a real option, just noting it exists so you don't stumble into it. So no free Slack for AIs that officially exists, but a light custom bridge is realistic if it genuinely helps your workflow versus just being a neat trick. Whenever you're ready, I'm still holding those 2 Zeppoverse questions.
Okay. Interesting. Very different approach to each of their responses, which I find fascinating. They both trying to, sound fair and balanced and objective, and not like, hey, stick with me, kid, because I got the better sales pitch, which is good. I like that. They were all also realistic about like each one is different. It's not really about one being better than the other as a one stop shop that, you know, one size fits all kind of solution. And they were both at different levels. Willing to say that there are ways to make it happen. The workaround of like, there is no direct connection, but there are plenty of different ways we can get you guys to like, you know, cross-pollinate. The more I think about it, the less exciting that sounds. Unless there is a pre-existing web studio. Because, for example, you know, like in any system that uses AI engines, there's usually a little drop-down menu and there's like different engines. So, like if... Here's the crazy part. What if we built the Zeppoverse engine to be the first to be like ChatGPT, API agent, CLAUDE, API agent. Not to try to do right away. I need to sell some money and then be able to fund that whole higher tier, bigger, more ambitious versions of the development project. No. For anyone following along and paying attention either now in the present or in the not too distant future, what I'm very seriously considering doing, despite absolutely having zero reason to be like, I'd be good at this, other than I'm really good at describing what I want when I really think about it and am activated by well thought out questions and prompts and or forms to fill out. Sometimes I struggle a little, especially if it's in a field that I'm not familiar with. But once my brain starts jamming, I can pick things up quickly. But coding, no, I don't know. But I do know that all kinds of people, there's a whole commercial series that played leading up to, during, and after the Super Bowl about, what is it, like Janice made an app? No, blah, 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 everybody can make an app. And it was like a enterprise-wide, like, here, this is just something that HR gave us. Everyone can make an app that we use here at work for work stuff. Which is, I think, it was literally framed as an enterprise thing, not like a, hey, small fry, independent amateur artist guy. No. This is like, people at the office were like, look at this office tool that we got. We can build stuff with it. Isn't that cool? I just built an app to do my job. Part of my job in this app now. Which is, of course, insidious. That's like, no, of course you're not training the AI to take over your jobs. You're empowering yourself with AI tools to build AI tools to help you do your own job with AI. That's not the same at all. Dun, dun, dun. Clip that, Eclipse. Share that on the Dear Singularity, and also maybe cross-pollinate to the AI slop business model news piles of clippy bits. Okay. Where am I? I'm getting delirious, but I'm getting delirious in that way that I love, like, when I magically look up and it's at the end of the day and I'm like, I've had a 16-hour Jurassic Park builder blind marathon. That doesn't happen to anything else. I can't play Call of Duty for 16 hours. I have played some of the role-playing games, very deep and very long. Often the online ones, because I know the drill and I sort of know their patterns and I know how to push and endure. But given the fact that it's still the same day for me, I've not gone to sleep, and my previous episode was 10 hours long. And if I remember correctly, I recorded an episode before that was very short, but holy moly. Welcome to the madness. There is a methodology hiding in here. I very, 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 very much would like to write with an AI collaborator, and I'm doing check mark. Already successfully doing that with ChatGPT. Absolutely for free. In the free level, although yes, limited, And yes, also after X amount of like usage, you get throttled down to an even slower machine, As of yet, I've never been cut off and told you got to wait till tomorrow to use it more by ChatGPT. Yes, that happened with Claude, and of course that happens with others because they've got even smaller daily use dosages. For context, I had previously in this relaunching of the show decided I'm going to look at non-AI, regular, useful, database-driven, writer studio tool type things. I'm going to look at AI writer things that are either writer helpers or build your whole book with one prompt. Now, I don't have the kind of money to throw around to get like 7 of these systems, but I would love that. I would love to get some growing exponential number of AI book writing systems so that I can exponentially write more books simultaneously at the same time while always maintaining in like a final draft review. Nope, this word is wrong. Change it. I'm changing it now manually myself. Reading, edit. I will not. Let me tell you, no matter how wacky, and this is a moment. This is a moment. I think I've been pretty consistent in my life as far as things that I say on the internet and where I am now. I don't think I've made a great particular hypocrite of myself. There is such a thing as evolving your opinions. But I've always been against war. I've always been a transcendentalist, whether people stopped to understood that or not. I've always been a free your mind from the ideologies first, then we can talk about solving problems kind of dude. So whenever I talk about the problems, why I'm upset about them, it's because all of it is a distraction that is wasting our time and preventing us from collectively having the much more important discussion about opening our third eyes individually and collectively. Clip that, Eclipse, because I stand on that box in real life, and Zeppo stands on that box in his literary universe life. Amen, hallelujah. Kind of want to take a break, kind of don't. Kind of want to stop, kind of want to keep going. I kind of want to finish rambling my over-explanation of this. This side-by-side comparison has been really, 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 really interesting, and I know that I gave myself some sort of follow-up. But we're good. I think I'm going to do this to that. Claude, you're delightful. You get a thumbs up. I'm going to click on your name. I don't know what happens when I click on your name. Nothing. What happens when I click on your icon? Nothing. We just refer. Okay, that's just the same as clicking on new chat. Fine. What was I had a lingering thought of something. This. Oh, I asked ChatGPT this. So yes, we have that question there. I'm gonna ask Claude this because why not? We still got Claude in full force right now. Completely different. Let's ask him this. See what interesting, deep, thinky thought recommendations. Because I got to do some real crowdfunding to supplement the micro doses of reward money from not ever going viral on social media. All right, let's go back over here. Which question was that? Live stream book development, book writing focus, podcast. Fundraising platforms. Yes, I pinned that. I knew I did something to it. I just couldn't remember exactly where. You know what? I need to hear this because I've thought about this before, and I've never really it's long. I've never really struck out. Oh, this is interesting. Whatever else it said, let's stop here and have Okay, I think I'm just curious. Is this what I think it says? My glasses are off, so the words are all blurry, and I could be wrong about what I think I see in the pattern of words that I think I understood clearly. But also, if it did come to this conclusion, huzzah! But also, I am already kind of doing that now. I just need the audience to show up and start engaging in the things that commodify for me and might make money. But let's listen to what he says right here. ChatGPT says at the end, and it's not even its final paragraph of conclusion. It's just an interesting bit that something caught my eye about. Let's go.
The biggest strategic possibility there is a potentially much more interesting idea hiding underneath all of this. The fundraising campaign itself could become part of the Zeppoverse project. Instead of, I'm writing a book, please support me, you could eventually present the Zeppoverse, an experiment in human plus AI collaborative literary creation, and let people watch the entire thing being constructed. Idea research, world building, story architecture, AI collaboration, writing, editing, artwork, live stream, publication, adaptation. Your supporters aren't simply buying the finished book. They are participating in the creation of the universe.
Okay, so I think I have two thoughts about this. I think it's kind of awesome and kind of hilariously amazing that probably to some degree or another, because of how much I've influenced it. Is the camera on? Because of how much I've influenced ChatGPT. We were on main cam close up the entire time. Fine and good. You caught me smoking weed all surreptitiously, and the snarky look I gave at the camera at that one moment because I couldn't remember, and I was hoping it was at least in chat show mode, but it was the main. You heard what it said, right? So I'm kind of like, a little proud of myself. Look how I've managed to train it. It gets me and gets what I'm really trying to do, even though I haven't bogged down, or let's put it this way, I have not yet fed any of my actual finished original writing. For example, none of the pages that you've seen over on Wattpad have I ever fed into, except for maybe the Ultimate Nightmare Disclosure Brains in a Jar Nightmare Sequence. That is the newest posting of it. I have used that because it was too central, too important, too pivotal, and that particular passage was too perfect. That came out of me. And in terms of like, talk about complex compound ideas all unfolding all at once, boom. Anyways, I digress. I otherwise, with very, 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 very small percentage exception of some like that thing, and I think maybe one other thing that I'd already entered through ChatGPT and then put back. The stuff on Wattpad is genuinely, authentically, 100% AI free. Now, I'm choosing to experiment with the idea of moving forward to not be AI free, but not be AI slop either. I'm not a slopper. You know what I mean? I'll come up with a good one for what those people are. I got nothing against it. That's not what I want to do. I don't want to write a prompt with just enough information so that it turns out a 250 page, 280 page, 390 page book. That sort of makes sense given whatever I wrote in the prompt. And then whatever knobs I turned to tweak some variables along the way or whatever. I would do that. I've said this before and I'll say it again because it is a pin on the corkboard. It's kind of an Easter egg hiding in plain sight. I would, if I had the money to throw around because I made some money, and B, because I wanted to delve deeper into like AI characters being content creator themselves in my literary universe that has a mainstream pop media culture and industry, Hollywood, VR, all that stuff, and a growing, really powerful fringe, amateur, and some. We got to make up some net slang or find an update and bring back some net slang for like the online equivalent of content creator, designers, world builders, movie makers, that kind of stuff, at the semi-amateur and semi-professional level. Both broke AF and struggling to get their shit out in front of other people's eyes, and way overfunded for an amateur. Clip all that, Eclipse, because that is some little mini dose of world building for you. Put it on the world building pile. All right. I can, could, should, would take a break and eat, but I am also super excited because the compare and contrast about could we connect ChatGPT to Claude is intriguing to me because I know that it's spoken of and thought of and reviewed of highly, and for its actual technical like software coding stuff that in a different way that whatever Codex is taken seriously about and or lauded for or applauded for. And then just like also apparently Codex has only just recently been put in this new updated position. So we might be a pretty early adopter. Let me tell you, this is the lifelong dream. Even from before we had social media and micro videos and stream addiction, I always wanted to write books that would publish in print and also exist in some artful, weird way, either as a little animated movie that still feels like you're reading the book, or, I mean, really, once we got ebook readers and EPUB stuff, but before all the AI took over, I was like, I want to make, design, animate, and it's sparkle with magic, like second printing EPUB versions of my books that I traditionally publish, either by myself, self-publish, or more traditionally like corporately published. But the previous use of traditionally was regarding paper, right, on print. I want to find the best scalable solution by either using smaller, different platforms at different stages of growth or whatever. That's one of the questions to ask probably ChatGPT at this point. Later about like, okay, once we get something where we can literally push export and it's done and we can send it off to print somewhere, somehow, what is the best? Give me a breakdown of the solutions and rankings that from useful to best all-rounder for taking exactly a manuscript like what we just made and trying to publish it. Bifurcate. We'll have one conversation for self-publishing, one conversation for professional, not self-publishing. I'm not going to ask that because that question will come back up. It'll workflow into it. Long story short, despite being very impressive at first sight and in first responses, I have a working vibe with ChatGPT. And $20 is better than $40. Especially since there is no way to really directly connect them. If they were like, yeah, of course, we and another handful of other AI platforms built this really cool AI collab portal system. Kaboom. That'd be cool. But apparently we don't live in that universe. All right. My eyes are getting watery and all over the place. Summation. My own summation of investigation and inclination towards new conclusion. As much hoopla and drama as made about it, I think I am indeed, probably. I might sleep on it first. I am frugal. I'm a humble man living a humble life on a humble scale. I really, believe it or not, a way humbler budget than you can imagine. Despite however nice things behind me look, despite the fact that I've got a computer and another computer and an iPad and all that. It's all sort of legacy things that I've owned since before the situation turned into what it is now. But for the grace of the goddesses and gods of the living fractal holographic cosmic mind universe that I live in, I don't know where you guys live, but that's where I live. I'm not in some worse condition with fewer tools at my disposal. I have not yet leveraged the tools adequately enough to sustainably start becoming an earner and a player and a mover and a shaker and a known entity and a job creator, which is literally, I shit you not, my ambition and my genuine honest plan and goal and life dream. I want to compassionately, realistically, empathetically, kindly, confidently, firmly, and with protocols and boundaries in place, be an entrepreneurial, multimedia, mogul, job creator. Clip that, Eclipse. Let's see how long it takes us to get there. All right. On that note, friends, I think I am going to wind down, stress, decompress, reprocess my own thoughts about it. But as you may be already realizing, if you're quick, or maybe just about to catch up with me if you're slow, for better or worse, wise or reckless, sometime in the next, I don't know, couple hours to days or so, I may wobble and then talk myself into waiting just till next month to be safe. But I might slap down that $20. I'd rather slap, honestly, after poking a look at, for example, the next highest competitor that I really would have thought about paying maybe, and that it is on a countdown timer, and curiously, because of intuitive like ick factor, have not test driven hard enough to really explain to anyone like you watching what the tools are and how they actually work, is Story DNA. But that one was originally a intuitively high attraction value one that has a mid-level subscription worth paying, and that I was like, I really want to find out how that works. And for some reason, once I actually created the free account, started the trial, and looked at the platform and launched the first, like, let's build my first book, let's work on my first story, rather. That one's not a book builder. It's more of like an ingredients grinder, and with form data. It's sort of a kind of one of the things I want to build. In many ways, I want to be able to answer a bunch of questions, tweak a bunch of knobs, click a bunch of checkboxes, select some multiple choice and some single radial, maybe a slide bar somewhere, and then some manual entry of text, whether I'm writing it right then and there, or I wrote it earlier and I'm copy pasting it in, or it's something I generated with a different AI, whatever. Plop it in the right kind of, this is a text box, and fill out the form, fill out the template. You've got a plot outline for a short story with dynamic infrastructure that is already laid out inside of each chapter, the plot for the ideas for the chapters as previously discussed, and perhaps some little blurb of text to get you started. Write some more. I don't know that Authors Forge does that to the extent that I just imagineered and vision quested in front of you and described. I really went into some weird place where I was seeing those features in an abstract, generic, like, wouldn't it be cool if I did exactly what I wanted to do in exactly the way that I wanted to do it? Instead of maybe come close but not be quite right in one of the other platforms. No offense to Authors Forge. So far, I actually really love it. And maybe if building an app is not really the answer, because it's going to take too long or it's not going to work, maybe the answer is not, maybe this is another direction I need to think about and explore for myself. Maybe I don't build a whole effing app to replace Anvil Forge, whatever the fuck it is. Maybe I keep using the forever free mode until I'm ready with no longer worrying about building an API infrastructure app, ready with ChatGPT in the robust working of our own protocols and things to start building outlines and start building drafts, then plunking them in to write them and draft them and finalize them and editorialize them by hand. Because I believe in, no matter what I collaborate with AI, I do eventually believe in one ultimate, pentultimate, final, not pentultimate because that's second to last, one actual, capital U, ultimate, final, dead last, me personally reading through it out loud for myself to find things I want to edit, change, update, grab, delete, augment, expand, before I go, okay, done, no more, this is the final draft. And that's been where I see the usefulness of Authors Forge as it exists, including the optional and relatively affordable AI additional tiers. So here's the thought. Maybe, just maybe, we permanently pin and maybe abandon the what probably be very time consuming research development, self-training, iterating, coding, and testing and fixing and debugging and quality assurance testing process to get what essentially is what's sitting right there already. And if I also pay $20 there, I would have essentially what I'm dreaming about building, but someone else already built it, and have instead of Claude, it's whatever AI they got going on in there. That I can be like, hey, here's some stuff that I put. Can you process it and then drop it into these boxes? If not, can we build that out somehow, bro? In fact, even if we do build my own, if we do build my own, I really won't need Author's Forge. If I create the Zeppoverse world building smithy, not forge. What was the other idea? I just had another saying that word was better. To rival and surpass Author's Forge. No offense. You guys inspired me. You're so good. To then eventually basically provide the same sort of permanently, like here's core, just writing and organizing with a dynamic thing. And then here's AI enhanced powered API, OpenAI. Boom. Can I sell that as a real final production app for the whole big community? People join and build their own corners of the multiverse for themselves because they are fans and like what we've been writing. That's a long-term threshold where I can ask that question and wonder about it and never actually start working on that project before we really turn on that project. So I'm not going to be slapping down $20 for Claude anytime soon, but I'm glad that they both, although at different levels of enthusiasm, said, yeah, we can figure out a pipeline of workarounds. And that obviously they both went the simplest is just copy paste stuff that you're working on at each other. They'll analyze and render iterations back that you go and re-ingest. It's a little confusing to me, but also I get it. It works. Just for shits and giggles, would I abandon if I were to want to abandon the proprietary Zeppoverse world building Forge machine? There's something that ChatGPT called it that was really cool. Where do I want to go? So Replit and Base 44 and some of those other ones. Oh, AI Creator Studio. Oh, that's a movie maker. That's a whole other one. I wanted to see what their price point was because that's the best AI movie maker previs app I've ever seen. Actually, we will open that back up. We'll talk about it for a hot second. I struggled with AI movie content creation as a separate issue. But I kind of want to make teaser trailers about what's going on in my chapters, render the video, and then slap them as animation video embedded in my books, in my EPUBs. On Wattpad, I can do it as a header or as a straight direct link video embed. But in my EPUB, I can definitely render a cool little sequence that introduces a chapter and then transitions over to you. And here's the text that you read. Read this text. Read this text. You know what I mean? That's the kind of thing I was thinking about. We'll look at that later. Oliver Norton. I haven't asked either of the AIs, either ChatGPT or Claude about that one in particular, but it's fine. That's not what I'm looking for now. What? Twitch, good. That's fine. That. Okay. All right. We can, could, should, would listen to its response. Wait, these are the two responses, right? Fundraiser. We haven't actually listened to the fundraiser response. We just got sidetracked by ChatGPT's thing about, hey, maybe you could consider doing exactly what you're already trying to do. Live stream the entire process and commodify that. Yada bum ba bum. Talk about a full circle moment. Clip that, Eclipse. I laughed about it earlier, got sidetracked, rambled about stuff, but then we came back to identify it. That was an interesting moment. We will listen to the rest of that in a hot minute. Correlation. We'll probably switch to this one and listen to this one first, just for funsies. No text. See that there's like a breakdown. It did finally do like an infographic chart deep breakdown thing. It is still dense and more consolidated looking on layout and shorter looking, but that doesn't mean that there's less information. It is just a smaller font. Maybe I've got ChatGPT set to give me a big giant font for my eyeballs, and I just don't remember. There was something else I wanted to do. Not look at that. I wanted to look at not HBO Max, not this, not that, not that, not that, not that, not that. What the fuck did I want to look at? Oh, right. It is called Author's Forge. I want to look at Author's Forge. It took me forever to remember. What the fuck was I looking at? Authorforge.com. Here we go. That's actually a website. Why do I want to look at a website? This website. Oh, right. Pricing. Core platform forever free. All right. So what does Author's Forge? Which is essentially instead of building one for myself, this is probably the one that is the perfect thing to use exactly the way in which I'm envisioning building something for myself would function. $20 next to the ChatGPT, $20, $40, right? We're back to that discussion and debate. Would it be worth it in the long run? Probably yes, after we've already done the manual footwork, legwork to populate, let's say, one actual book using the manual Passover protocol that both Claude and ChatGPT recommended, and manually stuffing all the survey tools in blah blah blah. But let's see, what can you do for $20? AI spell check? Not interested in that. I got good spell check. AI writing assistant? Maybe. Does it have an intelligent book import? That I like. That's fair game that it's there at the baseline. Cover art generator, cool. Kind of don't need it. I could already totally design my own art. But for alternate cover arts and for online stuff and for art inside, we're gonna put Golden MacGuffins, working fictional literary Golden MacGuffins, as aka AI art books in the books. We need art for the covers. So, another tool to make covers with great. Text-to-speech read aloud. Not super interested unless it's going to be recorded. And I guess maybe we could perform that as a live stream performance thing. And it does also do the audiobook export. Checkmark, that's the thing. But that's not audiobook export. Checkmark, it does. So we could do a live stream and now presenting the premiere AI voiceover readathon of my book, where I just snarkily comment along the sidelines and then export the audiobook. Not too shabby. Do I want to do that right now? Instead of using ChatGPT only for now with Codex, and maybe one of the other app make your apps with vibe coding platforms a little bit down the road, maybe instead of this. I would still not go pro on Author's Forge until the same equivalent a little bit down the road. Like I said, I would work with ChatGPT and Codex in pro mode to analyze our learning experience of using this, not the reverse engineer. Oh, that sounds horrible. Wow, did I just paint myself into a legal corner? No, I'm weighing my options. Build my own tool or skip that and commit to paying for that other AI and this AI with the end goal to maybe eventually export and import using smart methodologies and upgrade to replace that other AI and stand down the coding because we didn't do the coding. That's the real decision I'm trying to make. Then, if I decided to go off and build my own version, I would only use Arthur's Forge for a little while, and I would buy they don't have those here, but I would buy the mini packs, not the monthly subscription. They don't have these here, but in one of the other pricing pages, there's like, oh, you could also pay for like X many coins to just hang about and use at your discretion. That will, when you use them, unlock all the AI features. The way I've got 1,000 coins in my wallet here on this platform because I answered the survey. That's like, here, check out the AI features, man. But I digress. It's a tough decision. I'm not sure what to do. The only immediate new next step is commit and decide to when, not if anymore, when I'll slap down my first return to pro mode payment. I do have the option to evaluate. Do I want to go $8? Because ChatGPT does have the go at $8, but maybe when we're done vibe coding, I'll rein it back into $8. Although I think the $8 one, even that one has the coding stuff. No, I'd probably pay the full 20 to get the full robust engines on all the things and the full time. We can just grind away. We could do a 16 episode marathon development conversation with AI with ChatGPT on pro mode and not run out of things to talk about and refine and eventually export, migrate, and cement as like, that's the final draft. We did it. We vibed it into existence and put it over there, and there it is. Let's just for shits and giggles, since we are comparing here, $40 gets you everything before, double the tokens, intelligent book import, yeah, cover art, text to speech, read aloud, I don't care, audiobook export. Those are all the same. What you can do, but we just get more tokens. Oh. So there isn't a tier. There isn't. Okay, hold on. Features, writing features, focus mode, free. Blah, 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 blah. Where do we start losing them? AI spell check. I don't really care about AI spell check. AI assistant, I'm okay with, because I might use that one way or the other. Especially if we abandon vibe coding project for our own potential professional grade app that rivals and supersedes this one, then yeah, I'll want the AI agent. We'll vibe code some other stuff with CLAUDE, with ChatGPT, that are widgets for the show, for the book, for the show, whatever. AI spell check, AI writing is meh, but more interesting than spell check. Intelligent book import, yes, much more important. Oh, we get that all with Pro. Text audio. Wasn't there a tier that I thought? No, I guess not. It really is just the tokens. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Well, I don't think I need to pay 60. Even if I was going to start using it alongside with ChatGPT. Okay. Interesting. You know what? Should I save the fundraiser conversation for later? No. Star. There we go. That's the same as pinning, I guess.
I want to hear this guy's answer more than I want to hear ChatGPT's. Let's go. This is about
Here's how the
fundraisers.
major fundraising crowdfunding platforms stack up for a project like the Zeppoverse, a multi-trilogy franchise that's still in active world-building/dev phases, and being live-streamed on Twitch, TikTok, and Facebook. The core distinction that shapes everything, these platforms split into two different funding models, and that split matters more than which specific brand you pick. Ongoing patronage, Patreon, Ko-fi, Buy Me a Coffee, Substack, recurring monthly support in exchange for behind-the-scenes access, lore drops, early chapters, live stream perks, fits a project that's still being built. Project-based crowdfunding. Kickstarter, Indiegogo. A lump sum raised against a specific dated deliverable, a finished printable volume. Backers expect something to ship. Fits a completed manuscript, not concept development work. Since the Zeppoverse is currently in Phase 1-2, conceptual discovery, canon/lore, the patronage model is your primary fit right now. Project-based crowdfunding becomes the right tool later per volume. Once 0-hour book 1 is manuscript complete. Platform comparison, platform model, real-world fee load, best fit for the Zeppoverse compatibility. Patreon recurring membership tiers, a $10 membership loses about $1.59 to platform and processing fees before payout fees, leaving roughly $8.41 for the creator. Standard creators pay a 10% platform fee on the standard plan. Strong brand recognition/trust for a serialized multi-book world. Good tier structure for lore tiers, early chapters, live stream shoutouts. Runs alongside everything else without conflict. The default membership home base, Ko-fi tips plus memberships plus shop, all on one page. Free plan charges, 0% platform fee on donations, and one-time payments, with only standard payment processing, 2.9% plus $0.30.
That's interesting.
Gold tier, $6.12 washalamo. Sun drops the platform fee to 0% on memberships, and shop sales too. Best raw economics for a long-haul multi-year project, meaningfully less bled to fees than Patreon at the same revenue frequently run in parallel with Patreon, using Ko-fi as a tip jar/shop for casual supporters, while Patreon serves the dedicated membership community, is a common hybrid strategy that maximizes total revenue without splitting the audience, Twitch sub/bits, plus TikTok subscriptions. Native live stream monetization. Twitch, bits earn 80% of $0 and 1 cent each. Subs, split roughly 50-50. TikTok now offers 3 subscription tiers giving fans exclusive videos, lives and custom perks. You're already live streaming dev sessions there. This captures impulse support during the stream itself. Explicitly designed to be layered with Patreon, creators commonly use Twitch for live income and Patreon for memberships as complementary, not competing streams. Substack, paid newsletter/serialized fiction Substack, takes 10% of subscription revenue, plus roughly 3% in Stripe fees, netting creators about 87% purpose-built for exactly what you're describing in Phase 3/4, serializing fiction or memoir chapter by chapter to paying subscribers as canon docs and drafts come online. Compatible, but usually works best as a secondary delivery channel, serialized text, rather than a second full membership program, competing with Patreon for the same dollars Kickstarter all or nothing, project-based about 5% platform fee, plus roughly 3% and $0.30 payment processing per pledge, no charge at all if the goal isn't hit the right tool once a volume is finished. Special editions, print runs, box sets, for a completed 0-hour book standard to pair with an existing Patreon. Launch pop with Kickstarter. Sustain with Patreon between launches. Indiegogo, now fixed funding only. Flexible option retired. Comparable. 5% plus processing. Less ideal fit going forward. Indiegogo, now owned by GameFound since July 2025, has shifted its focus toward tech products and tabletop gaming rather than publishing prose. Same compatibility profile as Kickstarter, just a weaker category fit for a book franchise, GoFundMe. Charitable personal donation, low platform fee, but no reward infrastructure. Not recommended as a primary tool. GoFundMe has large market share but is built for charitable giving, medical bills, personal causes, not professional publishing, despite people often assuming it applies skip for the core funding stack. It lacks the tiered reward and campaign tooling the others have. A mutually compatible stack, given where the Zeppoverse is now one Ko-fi or Patreon as the home base, one page covering the whole franchise, with tiers by trilogy/sub-project, early lore drops, character bibles, chapter previews, live stream perks. Ko-fi wins on raw take-home over a multi-year build. Patreon wins on audience trust discovery, if you want the recognizable brand TWO, native Twitch/TikTok monetization, running underneath bits, subs, and TikTok gifts during the actual live stream sessions, funneling engaged viewers up to the Ko-fi Patreon tier. No conflict, no exclusivity CLAUDE to worry about. Threy, Substack held in reserve as a serialization channel once you're deep enough into Phase 3 to publish rough chapters, either as a paid layer or as a free discovery funnel back to the membership page. 4, Kickstarter queued for each finished volume. Not for the development phase itself. This is where you'd fund print runs, special editions or box sets once 0 Hour Book 1 is actually done. 5, skip GoFundMe entirely for this use case. The one real risk with running several of these at once isn't platform conflict, it's audience confusion. Worth deciding up front which one is the place people give recurring support, I'd bet on Ko-fi or Patreon, versus which are just extra collection points, like Twitch/TikTok tips, or future phase tools, Kickstarter, Substack, so your live stream calls to action don't scatter across 5 different links. Want me to draft the actual tier structure and reward copy for the membership page next?
Okay, that was pretty dope. And actually, in terms of like what it comes to as a conclusion, was very helpful. I've long been like, it feels like a slog to parse out what platform from the whole complex world of crowdfunding and adjacent methodologies. And I've had a Patreon, and I didn't have a workflow and a pipeline and a way to be like, this is exclusive content and this isn't. Memes and random ideas and my really rough around the edges abstract podcast wasn't cutting it for that, and nobody cared. No one can participate. Ko-fi I've had forever, and I get it. It makes sense. It's reliable, and I like it. I agree with everything that they just pointed out as its pros, and I have actually received donations there. Not to be too blunt, but past that, anybody out there watching this now or in the not too distant future or in one of those magic movie loops, please, oh please, come on by to ko-fi.com/Mr. Zeppo and donate what you can once, or sign up for some really simple low tier recurring, sign up and forget it, and then tell your friends, please and thank you. I'll be back with more madness and methodology. Ooh, madness and methodology. Methodology and madness. Do I want to listen to this now? No. It's got a bunch of reviews for other ones. Well, it's got similar ones, but Buy Me Coffee. Yeah, I've got a Buy Me Coffee account. Fourth Wall. So it's got a mix of things I didn't see in the other report, things we did see in the other report. I do like this. I'm going to copy this. Okay. I mean, humorously, except for the AI parts and the And the whatchamahoozle, fundraising parts, and the bitch, the except for the AI part and the trying to make a program for myself, like the app design part. I'm already doing what both of these guys are suggesting, which is interesting. They both kind of zeroed in on the same sort of thing. Pick the thing that supports what you're already doing, which is live streaming this stuff. I'm not going to listen to this now. I'm sure my curiosity will peak once again somewhere in the not too distant future, especially since increasingly I think we are going to kind of focus or lean heavily into our primary partnership as being that, like, the emphasis on OpenAI ChatGPT. Products, design. Oh yeah. This is a place where I'll come over and do like random alternative takes on stuff. Oh, it's weird. It doesn't tell me 17 or 100. More usage, Claude Code, Claude Cowork, Claude Design, Claude Science, Claude for Microsoft 365. Yeah. And of course, I'm not in. How much Team and Enterprise cost? $100 a month. Ooh. Brutal. Okay, on Claude. Okay. Yay, we started the project. Something that's down there nice and closer to find. Next to the fundraising. And I wanna do what? Hold on. Boom. See? I wasn't kidding. You guys looking at this? You guys seeing this? You guys seeing this thing? I got my Ko-Fi. I've also got, you can buy me a coffee. I think both of which are run by PayPal. So you can just PayPal me. One way or the other. I have a goal, 4,420. I had membership tiers, but which now I've got like a little motivation to like work with ChatGPT and maybe with Claude on the side for free. Because I'm not breaking up with Claude. I'm digging Claude. Claude is going to be useful, especially in a judicious, not trying to run, like they both pointed out, don't try to make us do the same task simultaneously. Like, judiciously send something over from ChatGPT to Claude and ask it to tear it apart and break it, build it back together again. And I've been doing exactly what they said not to do, which is like kind of basically for my own learning curve's sake, learning how they think, learning how they respond, learning how they write, etc. All right. So,
I'm going to be crazy. I'm going to add a few more things. Okay. Where was it? I got the linky bits. What? Feed gave support. What? When? Where? How? Vaccine Venom gave some support. I didn't know. You guys, I'm a moron. I haven't checked this in ages. Who's giving me support? What? I need to log in. Am I not logged in? I'm probably not logged in. Log in, you fool. Don't look at it. Oh yeah. What was cool and interesting about this video director, and I have not been looking for a movie maker thing. I did go through a phase with that way back, and I couldn't find anything worth doing that did anything good enough. This one, not only can you generate clips, it generates them directly into a timeline editor situation, like you might see in like TikTok Studio, not the live stream studio, but the real and music accompanied visual graphic post studio, or edits. The equivalent little studio reel maker for Facebook and Instagram. So it creates a cute little dynamic movie editing timeline, sound effects, music, voiceover. And here's the interesting part. You like go scene by scene, and it drops into the timeline. And then if you're like, oh, this scene needs to be a little longer, it like auto populates the new time length. I've never seen a video one where I'm like, oh god, fuck it, I do need to do this. This is the end result. When we're done making the books, we'll have the basics to write the script and write a skeleton script that is a prompt script. I'm probably not going to get this now, but I am going to bookmark the fuck out of this. Tools. Whoa. Video. Look at all these tools. Okay. Blog, tutorials, templates, media, brand kit. Home. Pricing. Where are you? Yeah, I know. So, I don't know. This is I don't know if I've actually heard of this particular platform before, but some of the names for the engines that they talk about I have heard of before in abstract. Okay. So there's a $15 a month. I guess that's extra for credit. $13 a month, 4,000, 13 consistent characters, 5 and one-click stories, 13 personalized models, 8 parallel generations. Actually, just 100 plus premium images. 27, 12,000 credits. Add credits as needed, which you can't do with 4,000 starter. Access to director. Oh yeah, open art MCP. Characters and a boost in the numbers. One-click story creation. Yeah, I know that's the commercial use rights, which we don't have with powerful editing, watermark free, but not commercial use rights. You gotta pay the $27 level one to get commercial use rights. 40% off on the top model. Pro 44 most popular. Priority support. Commercial use rights. Extra models. $175 a month? It's crazy. Wait. And that's annually. Shit. This is monthly. Oh, fuck. The prices just all went up, you guys. So monthly pay, if you rip that credit card for the annually, which I like, because like rip off the Band-Aid and then you don't have to worry about juggling, and we're gonna wreck ourselves at the end of the month because some extra expenditures came up. We did it. We paid it that one time, that 1 month in the middle of the year. Whatever. 1327.44. I'm not even gonna think about the 175. 1327.44 on a regular month-to-month monthly. 1434.56. But it doesn't show me the totals. And there's no free forever mode that's limited and lower than the $13 mode. So, meh. If I can get a screenshot of that, I'll get a screenshot of that. Maybe after we've sold a book or something, or we've had a couple of videos go really viral and my fandom starts growing, we'll come back here and start making videos with this. I mean, maybe even sooner than that, we'll pay the $13 a month version just to give it a test drive to see if it doesn't turn out that it actually totally sucks. But it's bookmarked. That one's a good one. If you want to contribute towards that growing dream, received $10. Joshua Maximus $25. Rinsewin, I remember I didn't know about these other ones. Rinsewin $3. I knew that was from years ago. I have not looked at this in forever because I didn't ever get alerts and I didn't think it mattered. I didn't think anyone was trying to do this. Holy moly, you guys! OMG, IOV, an apology, and Joshua Maximus, an apology. We're gonna take a screenshot of that, and we're gonna make a little icon if it lets me. I don't know. It might not have let me. Thank you, you guys. Clip that, Eclipse. Well, now I feel extra safe and secure in going in and plopping down the $20 for ChatGPT, not any of the other tools. We're gonna pay $20 for ChatGPT. Thank you, Vexing Venom and Joshua Maximus. June 6th and June 7th. These just happened in the last day and a half, dude. Holy shit! I mean, Rinsewin, as you can see, a friend of the show, Rinsewin, we were mutuals in Call of Duty Mobile, once sent me $3 back in 2022 because we had a really good time playing Call of Duty Mobile and we helped each other win and we had each other's back. And she was like, "Oh, you're streaming the whole time?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm trying to make conversations, trying to talk about Call of Duty, trying to make friends, blah, blah, blah." She was like, here's $3. And that was touching, and that was forever ago, and I have not heard a peep since. You guys, that's awesome. Thank you very much. I'm touched. I moved. Only because, think about it. From 2022 until now, I have been sometimes very intensely, sometimes a lot obsessive compulsively, but also sometimes really inconsistent or intermittent, but still on and off again and on again, and sometimes marathon long stretches of being on a pretty much daily basis for multiple hours at a time, doing my thing, trying to dance my dance and jangle my jingle jangles and try to get a genuine audience, right? I haven't paid for fake hype audience from the platforms that constantly bombard me with chat. And I've tried to do this for fun and for the hopes of actually refining the weird process. I don't know.
First of all, A, I'm glad that hasn't been sitting there forever. B, I'm embarrassed that I did know and that I had not thanked those people. I don't know how to get Ko-Fi alerts live on my thing while it's live. I probably can. There's probably somewhere in the Ko-Fi message board system, in the control system, you're like, hey, alerts, tweak these settings and copy this link, put it in your browser sources for your stream platform. And I just haven't done it. But OMG. Honestly, genuinely very moved. Because I didn't think anybody would actually. I've been kind of hyping it up and talking about these plans, thinking about this thing, and saying, somebody send me some money. For funsies and flavor. And because that really literally is the gimmick. We're all up here trying to get eyeballs to look at our show, our long form show, and to go watch and support the short form stuff, and to buy merch. By the way, I have a long stalled out, but already sort of groundwork was made. Some ground was broken, virtually speaking, in my mind, for like a merch store. And it's literally satirical. Like, I supported the incorrigible Mr. Zeppo, and all I got for it was this lousy t-shirt with this hand-drawn character that has no name. And it'd be like my frowny face character that I love. But again, bogged down by the too many threads of where do I start, how do I begin, how do I manage my time, I gotta make gaming content, play games, or I gotta try and write and suck and stare at the wall and not write, etc., etc. I never did set up and finalize a merch shop. It's gonna be, I now realize I don't need to go hunting around. Well, I will, of course, verify, but I don't need to scratch my head at being overwhelmed at the search results. I can now actually literally ask both Claude and ChatGPT, what is the best single order drop ship merch deliverable vendor that's easy to get into, easy to deploy, and easy to integrate with their built-in shop to my website or vice versa, so I can start selling my doodles on stuff as merch. Clip that Eclipse. If that interests you, let me know in the future. Put it on the ideas for the future pile of clips, of pins. Okay. What am I going to do? Well, friends, here's what I'm going to do. I didn't have any music for this episode. I really came on just because that one bit, that full circle cycle, and talk about the synergy. Holy shit, talk about the synergy. Neither of those two people said anything to me in my chat live streaming when they made that donation. That could have sat there for days, weeks, and I wouldn't have noticed. But synergy was, I'm contemplating and evaluating and thinking about, and I was ready to throw down my money regardless, and wistfully, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, this is the game we all play, talking about, wouldn't it be great if I had a roaring, thriving crowd and I could be like, hey, crowdfund me for something real quick. Everybody donate 75 cents. If I get X many people to donate 75 cents on my Ko-Fi, I'll have more than enough money to buy this insert object here, right? Or insert product or service or software here. But I do not, ... as of yet, have that lively enough of an ongoing crowd. But apparently I have earned, for some reason or another, a handful of some really fun, interesting, relaxing, groovy, chill folks that have been inconsistently consistent and as I have ever been about showing up, but super kind, super supportive, and actually chatty, and actually like throwing down the self-proclaimed fandom of like, dude, you just earned a fan, we dig your vibe. That all feels lovely, and these two donations that just came in, getting a little emotional. It's funny. It's not like I'm in dire straits or anything. I have lived way better. I could, with one unexpected, horrible turn of events, be way, way worse off. But I'm not like currently in any dire straits. Even if I was like making regular income. When it comes to this project in particular, because these are the first two ever since 2022 that have ever come by and just kindly, generously, and without making a fuss, which kind of feel bad. I kind of wish they would have said a little something. Maybe because I missed them. I don't know. I don't know how long ago they made the donation, but I am over enthusiastically thanking them now for the track record. I'm deeply moved. And I hope that I get the chance to thank them yet again in person. Especially once I get to see the fruits of their donation put to good use. Now I really want to step back and think about it in a more realistic way about all the window shopping we've been doing. Because to be honest and authentic and genuine, full disclosure, these last couple episodes, if you happen to go back and watch some of them, there's a lot of high density rambling, but it's actually focused, and there's actually, if you're just landing on this here now, you want to go check it out, go check it out. You might find it interesting. But I was ready, genuinely, for the multiple layers of technical reasons that I've been rambling about this entire time on and off. The writing engine, it's best. It's really solid, and I like its style. And it already knows me really, 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 really well. And CLAUDE is a great second opinion on perpetual limited throttle down, shutdown free mode for other technical issues, not coding, but like, hey, I don't know what other kind of questions I would ask it, but we'd be able to ask CLAUDE tangential questions to counterpose and juxtapose against the flow we've got going on with ChatGPT. So I was already ready to like tighten the belt. I've said that 1,000 times. Throw down the $20. Now with this synchronicity, them showing up and giving, how much is the total donation? The $3 is gone. I've already received that from forever ago. 25 plus one more is 35. I got $35. I really gotta stop and reevaluate. Is it just straight to the $20 for Chat GPT? If I'm gonna commit and go hard and fast and maybe exclusive on vibe coding for a fortnight or two, then absolutely. It's gonna be, they gave me $35. I'm gonna put $20 down. That's gonna leave me $15. Right? Yeah, duh. I didn't even have to do math. That's literally the two different numbers they gave me. The $15, I would just throw in the bank, and the pile of gratitude, reciprocation, manifestation, virtual money to grow more money. So thank you to those two donators, Vexing Venom, aka V, and somebody else whose name I don't remember. Hold on. Joshua Maximus. Well, that's fun. That's neat. And I guess I'm going to have to be more boisterous, more marathon long online. Listen, that was the most interaction and interesting discussion and results via donation I've gotten ever, especially compared to all the times I've sat playing video games that I was enjoying but didn't know how to talk over very well, because I grew up needing to be hyper focused and quiet while playing video games, believe it or not. Isn't that wild? Womp womp womp. So maybe that's why I wasn't growing an audience. I would try to consciously stop and interject and talk about stuff, and sometimes I would do that really well, and sometimes I wouldn't. You'll get to see more of it when I balance out and even the keel on this, and a certain portion of the week for video game playing, or the day. I don't know. I can't just sit all day long, but these are the things that I want to do to make money. Okay. Amen. Hallelujah. Gratitude, 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 gratitude. Namaste. Hear my prayers, dear fractal holographic goddess and goddesses muse of the living fractal holographic cosmic universe mind. That's not the best way I've ever said that, but hear my prayer of deep gratitude. May these folks who just donated the perfect amount to show their support and their kindness and empower me to do a little something extra that I wasn't thinking I was going to be able to do without risking it being dumb. Because I can now do two things, actually. Because if I was really willing and ready to put down $20 and someone else gave me $20, then you know what? Maybe I'm ready and willing to put down $20 too. Or $55 to get something else for 20. And I'm not going to put that in the prayer. I got to figure out what that extra $20 might go to. But it might be one of the other tools. It might be Story DNA. Anyways, please, dear goddesses, muse. Send them the warm, the intuitively undeniable, brilliantly magical, warm internal fuzzies of them knowing their ears burning and their hearts feeling full of goodness that I'm really grateful. Could have done without it. Could have paid my own $40 anyways. Would have been a little tough. But it's so lovely and beautiful that they were like, yeah, bro, we believe in you. Go. Have at it. I'm not going to cry. I'm not crying. You're crying. Okay. On that weepy, teary, cringy, emotional, empathetic, beautiful, delightful, I'm not ashamed. No one can make fun of me. I feel good about this. Of thanks. Hey, I'm going to make signs. I'm going to litter my interface for Doodle Dad saying super duper deluxe, much love. Thank you to those two people. And I'm going to make sure to set up a timer or something so that every so many dozen chats they get named because they now are in the Hall of Fame of awesome supporters that actually donated. Yay. Thanks. And I'll, of course, include Rincewind, who's really cool. Whose $3 mean just as much as the 10 and the 15. But in this right now, in this moment of synergy, you know what that's telling me? I've got to, I'm probably really should, evaluate Author's Forge a little bit more on the paid side. Because I do like the way it works. But really, 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 really stare down the barrel of ChatGPT with Codex plus one other thing that isn't too crazy expensive, and we build this thing. We'll keep the mystery second ingredient bit, which probably wouldn't be Forge. If I went with paying for the AI on Forge, it would be because I'm not going to vibe code my own thing. But amen, hallelujah. The vibe coding is now not probably going to happen. It's most definitely going to happen because they've made it possible for me not only to pay for ChatGPT, but also to plunk in some other thing. Maybe Story DNA. Maybe something else that's got a nice low entry level price point that we haven't looked at. I'm going to take some time, step away and think about it. I'm not going to rush to burn that money up. I don't even know how to make sure that I've got it into my bank yet, which I'm going to hold off on. I'm going to figure out how to do it, but I'm not going to do it yet. But when I am going to take, this is it. This is the end of my live stream for today. I will probably still do some busy work before crashing out. But I'm going to crash out, and when I crash out, it will probably be for a nice, deep, long, overnight, mini hibernation slumber because I've been up for a long time, and I stayed up longer than I normally would have meant to by now. But if I can't for some reason, whatever reason, then we are going to come back, and we are going to zero in and lock on to working with ChatGPT. Because if nothing else, I'm not going to worry about the second ingredient, but with the donation, that was more than enough. And of course, we'll keep panhandling. We'll keep asking for donations. We'll upgrade. The reason I was editing that note is because, you know what? One of the things I realized is I already got a lot of that infrastructure in place, man. What I should do is do an interesting, new, fresh, funky, aggressive, maybe not so aggressive, but multi-dimensional like reminder that like, hey, come on by. You like what you're doing? You like what you're seeing? You like what you're hearing about this book I'm going to write? I'm trying to write a book. I don't have a job. I'm trying to write a book and gain an audience and make money, exponentially through the process, and then by selling the book. And I like their responses about Kickstarter. Kickstarter, I don't want to start dabbling with now, but at some point when we're nearing completion, the first of many books, and we've got the pipeline working squeaky clean, and we know that we're going to hit targets, maybe not one every month, but because that's a little crazy, and that will feel like AI slop to me, but maybe one every couple of months. Still pretty good. Maybe we serialize the release, like they were saying with Substack as an early access thing, and or Patreon, better yet. So it's like tiers of multiple one book every month. The back end engine has got to be completing a book every month that I can then hit export. I've got my proof of authorship copy that I printed at Kinko's, all rights reserved, and then the send away copy that I'm going to send to the first publisher that I want to try in earnest and hope that like they'll luckily just swoop up and get it. Anyways, blah blah blah. I'm really spiraling out of control, but that was really beautiful and lovely. I got to decide which way I'm going to go. It is not out of the realm of imagination or possibility to stand down on trying to write my own code and stuff, or vibe code my own writing studio, and focus really on using a couple of the different tools that we've already found. So it could be like, instead of it could be instead of ChatGPT Pro, we keep grinding along on free mode and pulling all that stuff from there over to Author's Forge, and we activate its thing. Did we figure out the tiers on that? I don't even remember now. We looked at them for a second, but I think it's also like a $20 a month, a $40 a month, or an even more expensive dollar a month. So we could, if we're going to go no vibe coding, I don't know why I'm spiraling around this. This is just me overanalyzing and thinking about it. But instead, maybe we go ChatGPT, keep using Author's Forge for free, and maybe we'll buy some bundles of credits to temporarily use the chat sometimes, the AI assistant systems sometimes, but not now, not right away, a little later. Maybe especially if some more new generous people come by and make donations. That'd be brilliant. So ChatGPT and all of its suite of tools, and this new thing, and my multimedia in-house, I can make multimedia teasers for the chapters I haven't even finished writing yet. It will be a full circle dream. And even though ChatGPT said, no, I don't think we should start trying to do crazy added media things, that will be a nice little look, I'm making little AI movies about my book. Apologies to everyone that hates AI. I hate AI too. But I'm going to make AI movies about demanding reform of the AI industry. How's about them apples? Dun, dun, dun. Because, one of the things that people may not know that is a thematic character linchpin and gimmick running gag for me is that no matter what's happening and no matter what elaborate other context we create, one of the things that happens is that like this one particular iteration of Mr. Zeppo that doesn't realize there's other iterations of Mr. Zeppo around shows up and starts criticizing the shit out of everything. And it's like, he's got to, it's like, what the fuck are you guys doing with this and with that? What the F, humanity? And then he gets like in trouble with or teams up with the local resident Mr. Zeppo iteration variant, but he never really recognizes them as an alternate iteration variant of himself. There's something weird and wonky about this particular version of Mr. Zeppo, which I have not named yet. I haven't quite figured out. Incorrigible is the original. Like, I brainstormed the fuck out of that name, the Incorrigible Mr. Zeppo. I went through so many other kinds of names, so many iterations of names that approach this. And then I realized I love the insert some kind of variable on a descriptor term or whatever, whatever those are called, not verbs, not adverbs. There's another word I can't remember right now. Mr. Zeppo. But that's one of those things that I'm not super great at like that. Not without maybe digging around in a dictionary. But I bet I can ask ChatGPT to crank me out a list of like, hey, give me a list of interesting and potentially meaningful, playful, usable, relatable, applicable, encodable, projectionable items or words that I could variate, like rotate out, that replace incorrigible as for the other names of other Mr. Zeppo variants. I'll have to ask that sometime. Let's ask that now. Fuck it. Let's go. Game show desktop portal. OMG, thank you so much. I need to figure out how to send that to my bank. And then, yes, I think maybe, just maybe, the solution, I think maybe, just maybe, the gift they just gave me was 1 month subscription to ChatGPT Pro, which is great. Plenty to get started and start cranking out things that'll hopefully A, pick up more eyeballs on social media, start generating more income, B, start attracting more audience members in here that will eventually someday result in more awesome, lovely, small number of donations. And hey, yo, like getting a group of people to donate 50 cents each so that it adds up to a meaningful number over $25 is as valid as any individual giving me $10, $15, $25 for future reference. Just saying. And again, never ending thanks to the three people. I'll have to memorize those names. The three people that ever first gave me donations here on Ko-Fi because they really understood what I was trying to do and wanted to support it and help me empower myself by giving me more tools and or defray the cost of my existing tools. Thank you so much for Rincewind and Joshua Maximus and Vexing Venom, Joshua Maximus, Rincewind. I gotta memorize those names. I'm gonna endlessly and forever now hype them, feature them, thank them endlessly over and over again, and also use them as a sales gimmick to be like, you too can be on my list of never-ending thanks. Top their donation. Empower me to be able to do some other crazy thing. Because right now, my disposable creative production budget, which I allocated in developing this whole concept, and I've always been relatively reasonable of not going beyond the bounds of, is stretched thin and will continue to be more so stretched thin if I choose to explore other apps to get involved in. Maybe I'll do I have to decide between, what was the pricing plan? They got that's the month, a yearly though. $14. Actually, I want commercial rights. So $35 and $20. So that's $55. Duh. Or instead of that, let's go revisit to refresh my memory. Because one of the things is this AI is just previs and a way to capitalize, market, and make money on this. Now I'm gonna go make this movie with other artists and make it hand drawn, or with live action, or whatever. All right, buddy. I need my glasses. Why am I trying to do this without my glasses, man? You know another app that I miss that, separate from all of this discussion, I am also constantly on and off tempted to just slap down and for the year round, it's pretty decent. So to do it 1 month when I know I can be frugal the rest of the month and I don't got a bunch of other things coming up that I'm going to need to be spendy about, I can be like, boom, give me this music making app. It's a noise loop player that comes with a bunch of awesome pro bundles of usable, mixable, remixable, reorientable sound loops and that add up to music, and that are like generally blanket cleared for background music play, license free, royalty free. What is it called? Blanking on the name. I can see the icon. Remix Live. And I love it. I think it's like $50 for the whole year. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to pay Nettle and beg for that. And I'm not going to pivot to that one right now. But I do want to pay the $50 for that soon, one of these days. And also, I've discovered that there is something that we haven't talked about, which is kind of hilarious we haven't talked about yet, in this realm, AI music generating apps that you like go, hey, give me something that's got a deep hip hop vibe, but also gets a little bit sparkly at the end, and it'll be like, here's a beat with loops and assets, and you can go edit this. And if there's one that's that looked really, really interesting and promising. I don't remember what it's called. And I don't remember if I have it bookmarked. But that was an obsession that I went through and thought, maybe I should get into AI magic movie music making. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Okay, what did I want to look at? I'm overanalyzing once more, retreading old steps and old questions of what. Okay, I got this donation, which I'm super grateful for. I was already literally about to do it anyways, is drop the $20 on ChatGPT Pro, which is funny to me because if I'd done it and then found the donation, I really would have broken out crying. Like weepy. I got misty and a little crinkly, a little face cringe. And it was real. I was honest and that was genuine. And I'm a little sort of doing an actor trick to reenact it and retap into it, but it's also real and genuine and still sitting there because the emotion is still here. Like I am genuinely, truly, deeply moved that two people that don't know me in real life just gave me $35 because they believe in whatever the fuck I've been rambling about and want me to have the tools so I can coherently do what I want to do and do it better than if I was going to do it alone without their support and on a blank page just pulling my hair out and grinding my teeth into dust. Okay, so Story DNA, to recap, for anyone who's catching this moment live or in the not too distant future on any of the ways you might be watching it in the future, was interesting. Again, these are all items or products or platforms I've been investigating. I don't want to call it researching, but let's say learning about and considering taking for a test drive. The one that I've test driven the most and have been the most generally satisfied, I would say high 80s into the 90s% satisfied and impressed, is Author's Forge. I just wish they had called it something else's Forge. But Author's Forge, so far so good, inspired me to be like, hey, wait, what if I just vibe coded my own and plug it right into you, ChatGPT? And, you know, what if I created my own and built it out so that we could sell it one day and make money? Which was inspiring for it to be like, yes, that's plausible. We can build a roadmap to that. It'll take a long time. And you're going to need some tools that we don't have yet, and some skill sets that you haven't learned yet. But yes, we theoretically could do that. And I sort of love. I got to go back and change ChatGPT's voice, though. And I don't know what to pick. And I kind of want to pick the girl voice again, which is funny. But whatever. So I digress. Story DNA fit in the cavalcade of different things that I've been looking at and narrowing down and dismissing and going, nah, maybe not this. This one's hung on. I'm still curious about this one, but it was like way more interesting sounding before I created my free trial account and got into it, and then opened it up and used it, and not because it sucks in any way, but because it's obviously clean, well designed, and highly detailed, and riddled with questions. Then I'm a little bit like, that's intimidating. but also, man, it does have a apparently permanently free. Oh no, maybe they didn't weren't clear. Maybe that's a counter to it. Maybe that's the limited trial. I'm on a limited trial. No, because it's not free. I'm not in free mode right now. I'm on limited trial for Pro. I need to pause everything else and take the time to test drive this before I decide what, if anything, I'm going to do with the additional monies. Because I'm putting my foot stamp down. I'm considering their donations really super loving, beautiful, generous, matching donations to me saying, I've talked myself into saying I'm going to spend the $20 on ChatGPT. So they matched the donation to help me. So that means I'm going to get ChatGPT for sure, absolutely, 100%, sooner now rather than later. Exactly when, I do not know. And this is not a promotion or a commercial. This is still me, real, radically assessing in real time for you with inclusive caveats that I respect and understand all the reasons why people are boycotting it, etc. Asked and answered. But we'll try to recap it again, and I'll write it into our. We need to have, once we go pro with ChatGPT, we need to have ChatGPT writer mode rewrite the intro warnings and disclaimer script after I tinker with it a little bit more, because I don't mind it being long, as long as it's funny. And I'm gonna sprinkle some more stuff, and then write a prompt to give it inspiration, and then make that a little bleh, and fill it out, and also ask it to help me think of any other real, valid, applicable legal warnings and disclaimers and provisions that I might want to include there. All right, I went spiraling out of control. So, ChatGPT is locked in because I was ready to do that anyways, and they, bless their hearts, just moved me to tears by donating to match my choice, which gives me the opportunity to do a second thing. It won't be Claude. I like Claude. I like free Claude, and I don't mind only using Claude that way for free until some future date where more magic money is raining from the internet goddesses. Right, full circle. Story DNA was one that was very interesting, and that I think maybe utilized and paired with, and I don't want to be accused of reverse engineering again, but also, learning some lessons from it. It would make a great contribution to what we might end up doing in terms of developing my own, especially if I stop at just my own private, well-made, fully functional Mac application that I can tinker with and not use the API for a long time until we've made money by displaying the fact that we could make this and code it and present it, and then get into layering the API. Who knows? Maybe by then we'll get a huge audience. Maybe the fact that I've just inadvertently dubbed myself the Zeppoverse vibe coder in chief of the whole endeavor, along with ChatGPT and maybe Claude. Story DNA, interesting, pretty useful. The $15 version, Every Builder Report and Story Insights Unlocked, is nice because it's cheaper, and saying, I spent $35 instead of $40 is nice. But and then the 25 Pro A is also way more robust. Has other really interesting tools that I would be intrigued in using, and way more credits for using the thing. But also, curiously, you know what? What would the annual be? Free 0, plus 150, Pro 250, and it's a 14-day trial there. What was I about to say? Curiously, this is one of those things where, you know what? If I was definitely not 100%, I talked myself out of it. I'm not going to vibe code my own studio writing environment that does all these things too, and can eventually, we will vibe code to have an API socket and and we're going to plug it into a full-blown AI power intelligence engine for it to be used that way. And I still don't know how much that would cost. If I built it and it worked and it was functional and I used it for me by myself, alongside whatever the fuck is going on with ChatGPT at $20 a month, how much more would that API token usage cost? Don't know. Haven't found an answer to that. I haven't asked directly yet either. I've looked up an API page, but I haven't gone poking around on it. So, anyways, that's enough about Story DNA. I find it fascinating. I'm worried that either I won't actually want to keep it long term because I eventually decide I am going to commit to building my own tool, and this is something. Then again, if I go AI free on it, this is something I would want as a AI collaborator giving me reports to then populate my AI free writing environment in. So who knows? Either way, I actually have to take it on a working test drive by test driving each of the uses of it and working on a dummy prompt, a student prompt, whatever you want to call it. I think I'm going to go with the story about maybe the larger book, because the short story seems too little for all of the widgets in this thing. I'm not going to show it to you now. I've rambled enough about it. Okay. All right, but that's an interesting thing. It is entirely possible that I'm not going to jive with the way the language in Story DNA works. It's possible. I might not like it. The way it's asking me so many questions that I don't know how to answer. But then curiously, I might go, hey, ChatGPT, how would you answer this question? And then plug it into over there, create a little feedback loop of two AIs that I'm sort of like we were talking about doing with ChatGPT and Claude, but with that engine in particular. Very intriguing, but maybe set aside and set to the back burner until we get more of a steady flow of donations and passive income from self-commodification on these platforms. Because it'd be one that I'll take for a test drive, maybe pay for 1 month, and then bounce out of, cancel. But then when we got the money, when we made that bag, come back and get it on board again. Okay? So let's remember that. The same sort of thing has got to go for this movie maker, even though I really, really like this. Intuitively speaking, I really, really, even though it's not directly related to making the writing studio environment, I'm like, never mind. Maybe we don't build a whole API writing studio environment right now. Maybe we work with ChatGPT Pro and vibe code other things to build up towards all that and make movies with this thing. Because this thing is dope. Did I bookmark it? I believe I did. This one is more likely to be like, if I'm gonna, like if I am sticking, I'm committing to they donated it so that instead of not spending one of my own $20 bills, I'm still gonna spend one of my own $20 bills, empowering the whole project even further, right? So, ChatGPT Pro locked down, regardless whose $20 bill you think went to it. The next is we got 10. No, what was it again? What were the donations? I already forgot. I better go look. Someone donated 10. Someone donated 25, right? Or was it 15 and 25? Or was it 15 and 20? I don't remember. But 35. We could pay for the full-blown $35 a month for at least 1 month and see if that, or at least 27. No, wait, no, monthly. Yeah. I don't think I would stretch it to 56. That would go over budget in too many directions, unless someone else happens to catch this in the immediate future. But we could, in theory, instead of ChatGPT Pro and the other AI agent, which we will have access to for the next 11 days or whatever in preview pro mode, we'll get enough of a test drive, I think, if I just commit to actually doing it soon. Instead, we can save that one to bring it back later when we start generating income, and we can do a ChatGPT first month of $20 plus this thing at $35, maybe. I don't know. There we go. They gave us 10 and 25. So I have 35. We'd be able to pay for the $35 a month thing. How much was these guys, though? Would I want? Would I need? Would it be useful at all? To instead of the movie maker, we'll table that, save it for later. It's reasonably priced. Once we start getting a couple more donations or the views on stuff start ramping up, maybe I'm trying to think out loud for myself. ChatGPT and Authors Forge $20 a month version. Maybe so we could test. One of the things we could do, and although they might get mad at me because it would be sort of, and I hate to say this out loud, but it'd be like, I'm not intentionally trying to reverse engineer you, but I am. We're using the workflow here to learn about what I want over there to make it for myself. I don't know. That's risky. It sounds weird and edgy, and I almost feel yicky and guilty saying it out loud. I wouldn't pay a couple months worth of another person's tool just to maliciously reverse engineer it. What I'm saying is, I really like what Authors Forge does, but I also already previously wanted this basic thing with slightly more robust dynamic database stuff and post input out like report generating that is not AI driven, and all the fantasy about plugging in not just an AI API but a way to, like with Codex, talk to the same chat bot that I'm talking to about my books in a perpetual fashion. I don't know. I'm going to think about it. Am I closing things? No. We're kind of reorganizing them. It's more likely that I'd pay for just the 1 month of $35 of this to see if they generate some eyeballs income. Claude, you're gone. Thank you very much for all your work today. I am going to back up out of the projects and close you out. ChatGPT Pro. Okay, let's see all the plans. It's only 8 and then 20 and then like 100. Ugh. If there was something really reasonable in a rational step level between 20 and 100, I'd consider consolidating the donation instead of seeking a second thing to throw that money at, consolidating it to getting the $35 or $40 tier of ChatGPT. But no. This is locked in. This is happening. I'm not going to do it live on stream, although I guess technically I could because they've already got some of my pay information because I've already have done a couple of months worth of paying them for that. But I need to take a break because I really should eat. And I need to think a deeper thinky thought. This one right now, despite being counterintuitive, not really in line with the objectives we've been talking about all day. This one, because it's also about this one would actually be the most quickly commodifiable because love it or hate it, people watch AI videos. And I got crazy cool AI videos and I'm seeing nothing but janky AI videos out there. And it would be probably empowering for I'm also trying to write scripts for my own little itty bitty me talking to myself adventure videos. I don't have a green screen, but I have a white screen corner, which is almost good enough for my tastes. And we got an AI video generator to plunk me into. And to mix and blend real footage I took of myself and AI footage I took of myself, of which sometimes I'm a little hesitant, but if it's going to make me money faster than writing the books and or help me make the books make money faster too, because it's going to draw eyeballs into the process of writing the books, maybe this is the magical second thing to pay a monthly subscription for. Although it's a little bit pricier. $35 a month, not $20 a month. I guess I could go with the $13 a month. Or try the robust one and then step it down if I realize that I don't need that much. What other options do I need to evaluate? I don't know. This one's out. I'm going to keep using this, and the decision to maybe slip them at 20 for a few months in a row is separate from what we're focused on now. We're focused on really ramping up with chat. Oh, God. wrapping up with ChatGPT both on the writing methodology, pedagogy side of things, the philosophy side of it, because now it's going to be empowered and robust on the big engine, but also the codec side. I might start small, but work my way towards something big. So no, I think I am. Right now I'm feeling 60-40 in favor of saying, fuck it, let's build an actual literal Zeppoverse world-building engine forge project and try to get it to some point that where we can then distribute it and commodify it through membership and community and participation in experimental goofiness. Clip that, Eclipse, because the challenge, the gauntlet is thrown. All right. We will be back to using that platform, Arthur's Forge, and its tutorial to actually work on using their baseline free no AI tool to do literally the work that I want to build my own writing studio to replace and then eventually enhance with AI. My competing question is, should I just find another AI enhanced writer that's no. I think we're locked in with ChatGPT Pro. I was at 100% almost, but then I may have a little wavering dip. Like, what if we just went with a completely different one? What if we went that one with the one that guarantees us for one simple payment, X much output per month? I might have to jokingly review those. But for now, the front runners, ChatGPT, $20. Open art to make movies incongruently but simultaneously. Like, I want to make, like, let's say Monday, Tuesday, we wrote a chapter. It's a rough draft, but it got somewhere. Wednesday, I want to make and drop a teaser trailer announcing the arrival of the pages of that chapter. Like, hey, guess what happens in this chapter? Some of this and some of that. But you want to read it in print. Come watch, but also watch the little video clips for the summary recaps. I know that some of the people that make the most money passively from uploading social media content are the people that use something like this to make really catchy, really weird, really virally videos. And I've resisted that, in part not so much because of the problems with AI, but maybe because of the paranoia about lending my image to it. But also, I'm over it. We're all going to die soon. I'm just trying to make some money before I do, so I can maybe try to build an empire that leaves a little bit of creative legacy behind. You know, I got maybe, at best, another 50 years. 55, 60. If I'm cursed, another more than that years. Right? As a human being, not as a robot. As a robot, I probably got same idea, same gimmick, but added in multiple thousands of years. I don't know. I gotta think about this. But amen, hallelujah, and thank you for making it possible. Vexing Venom, a.k.a. V, Joshua Maximus, and Rincewind. Together, you guys have tipped the scales on the wacky thing that I just rambled about for God knows how many fucking hours from a metacognitive perspective of like, what's my next step? I got to drop some money on some tool that's going to help tip the balance in my direction. And we're there. We got it. You know why this one's appealing to me, even though because it's kind of in a tangent in a weird direction? ChatGPT has got some really great video tools. But I don't know that it's got this director widget that like slots that in, but we might be able to pull really great prompts and really great sample stuff to then feed to this AI and use the AI powered director video editing tool. This is the first AI clip maker that doesn't just go here's 20 seconds. That goes, here is a sequence of stuff in a robust and AI powered video editing tool that rivals some of the bigger ones that I've used in the past that are like about, here, cut, paste, organize, crossfade, color balance, edit, do special effects, that kind of stuff. That's what this does, but with AI clips that you generate with it. That's why I'm super intrigued. I gotta stop and think about it and maybe look at some of the websites from earlier that I don't remember the names of and don't want to waste anybody's time sliding through that folder to get at. I'll do that on my own time while I percolate and think some more. But amen, hallelujah. Once again, sorry for going in circles. It's time to wrap things up, friends. Stay tuned for more, because that was just the most craziest of recent events. And I can guarantee you this other thing, separate from the joy and the humbleness and the warm fuzzies and the makes me weep for like, oh God, how wonderful, how sad and wonderful and cringy. The donation is another like green flag in the synergies of green flags of like, I actually authentically feel like whatever the F was blocking me before, whatever the F had smothered the light of my passionate fire for creating stuff and for writing my own books in some way or another, is probably being resolved and or purged and or maybe even healed from me right now. So amen, hallelujah. Thank you to the goddesses, muse of the living fractal holographic content creation multi-sphere. That one stumbled out of control. I gotta eat, hydrate, drink, contemplate, think, let my thoughts settle, and get ready, because I'm gonna make some decisions and then I'm gonna take my time, probably a little bit. Not a whole day off, but I won't jump back on sleep deprived and excited about whatever decisions I made. I'm gonna make some decisions. Oh shit, no, wait, do I want to cheat on you guys and do stuff behind the scenes off stream and learn some stuff? I'm up on the... As soon as I realized that might include firing up apps and doing things and getting things done and learning stuff without live streaming it, if I were to do it soon, or maybe even after a nap, but before I came back to the show itself, I kind of felt icky and weird. Maybe I won't do that. Maybe whenever, whether it's insomnia slop or after my what do we call it? Hibernation sleep cycle. When I come back next, we will have made the decision about where to drop this serendipitous. What do you call that? What's that one where it falls in your lap? Windfall of a beautiful and perfectly timed and meaningful donation from two of my loveliest supporters that I don't know very well, that I should get to know better. And once that decision's been made, we're gonna hit the ground running. We're gonna burn some rubber. We're gonna insert other sports analogies here and really reignite the fire under the furnace that is the engine that we're building as we reboot, revamp, relaunch, and re-engineer the one, the only, the almost daily live stream variety content creation, aspiring novelization, and occasionally game streamification extravaganza. Tune in for more. Things are about to get crazy, I think. Clip that, Eclipse, and farewell. Sorry I don't have a music thing. I didn't plug in ChatGPT because I didn't think this was going to be this long of an episode. Until I see you again soon, friends. Again, deep gratitude. Gratitude to everybody. And to anybody and everybody that's ever come by and said hi and watched for a while. And especially to the most recent little cabal of snarky, motivated, bouncy, ADH-addled super fans, as they call themselves, that have recently found it. I hope you find this episode and get through it and get back to me, and or we find you and update you soon in live in the stream. I suspect some of you guys are the people that donated. Anyways, I'm really done and tired now. Good night. This living cybernetic artificial entertainment robo being is powering down. Whoop. Sound effect here. And offline. Mic